let's get some chill music going on, because actually, you know what? Battle music might be good in this case, actually. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go, Liyue. Also, we're gonna focus on the first 2 regions, so on Prologue and Act 1, and the first Interlude, and the first Travel Quest. We're not gonna go over, so we're gonna basically stop at 2020, 2021, because if I start to do the entire thing, it's gonna be impossible, basically. Character damage, sprint, I need to remember to sprint from time to time, basically, with this card. We don't need more HP, we don't really have any of the skills off of it, so it makes no sense. Let's try and do a bit of a rotation.
Let me read you a breath. Hard hitting it, blow my sword. Into the void. Busted. Rain cutter.
God damn it! I pressed the wrong button, don't worry about me.
Mine to wield.
Okay, now we can do some damage. I need to try and get him, like, pretty quickly.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Quietly now. Busted. Let me weave you a breath. Game's up. Fun's over. Smile. Mine to wield.
Hi, T-Tatus, how are you?
Know my sword. Witness the power. Hard hitting it. Gotcha.
Come on!
Things are about to get dicey.
Okay. Farming another gotcha. Nice. Come on. Come on. I need to make this side as fast as possible, because unfortunately the next side is gonna be the weakest one. So I'm kinda scared. Let's see. Let's see how we go. Oh, let me make sure that I have this open as well. I have at least YouTube open as well, so if something happens in the YouTube chat, I can see it. I can see it now. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can figure out the rotation again.
Transfixed.
Bitch! I already fucked up my rotation. Tell me I put the circle in the right fucking spot. Fuck.
Into the wind.
God damn it! She's not the right. Oh, she's the right one. Fuck yeah! Okay, we can do this. Remember to? We're free to beat as well you want. God damn it! Listen. My dumbass just almost died.
Solidify.
Why? Because I'm dumb, that's why.
Adorn my knife.
Okay, we need to do as much fucking damage as humanly possible, which means I'm gonna have to kill. I forgot how little damage I do with her still. Okay, we're not doing 3 stars, but we don't want to do 3 stars, okay? We don't. That's not what we were here. We do 2 usually, or 1. If we can do 2, it would be best. We don't have a lot of time already. I hope she doesn't do another. God damn it!
This is where you fall.
It might be the time again.
The wind knows me. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Transfixed.
Clouds high. The birds call.
The hearth.
This is gonna be very painful, I believe, because I hate that boss because I can never fucking fight it. Well, it's time to suffer. I believe in us. I need to make this faster as well.
Ring cutter. Another star goes out. Say cheese. Shoot. Busted. Rain outlines your face. No, my sword. Stingray.
Nice. Let's go. Big damage, big damage, big damage, please. I need to do more damage than this already.
Things are about to get dicey. Let me weave you a web. Quietly now. Gotcha. Hard hitting it.
Okay, keep going. We're already doing better. We're doing better. Okay.
Smile. Here comes the catch. Rain outlines your shoot. Rain cutter. Hot.
We're not gonna do as much damage now, but I think we can do this. This seems to be faster than what we did before already.
Quietly now.
Not much.
Things are about to get
Not that much faster. Ah! Come on. Okay, that is faster than before. Before we were, I think, 8:15. I'm sitting very straight. I'm sitting as straight as humanly possible now. Gonna try my best. Sip of water. And we suffer because this side is mostly luck based for me. Okay, rotation will be. We E. We shield with Zhongli. Kazuo has E.
The children be up to.
And then Arle.
Let
Basically.
them do as they please.
Come on. Okay, good. And then she goes. And we kill all of them. Nope. Fuck though, I restarted and now I have this side to redo again.
game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now. Say cheese. Hard hitting it. Let me weave you a breath. Mine to wield.
We need more damage.
Rain outlines your face. Rain cut.
We don't have Yelan. I didn't queue in Yelan's queue in time.
Here comes the cat.
But it's okay. We can do this. We can do this. It's fine.
No, my sword. Let me weave you a breath.
Just chill. Too slow. Come on, come on, come on, come on. This is not a moment where we can do a lot of damage. Let me prep for the rest.
Rain outlines your face. Witness it. Game's up. Fun's over. Annihilate.
There. Karen, hello, welcome in. God damn it. Come on. Come on, my hand is cramping. Okay. It's still good. It's still fine. It's still 10 seconds more than the previous full try. Let's try this. This up. What type of popcorn did you buy? I mean, I'll be honest, I'm a very much regular popcorn girly. I captured it too early. I think I fucked up my timings. No, 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 don't stop flying, you bitch! Get down. No!
Everybody stand back.
As one with wind and cloud.
Transfix.
Gather.
Ow! Let's hope I have enough. Did I wait enough? No, I don't know. No, I think I'm doing enough damage. Come on. Crab-legged? Wait, crab-legged? I mean crustacean flavored. Crustacean flavored? It's kind of funny. Okay, wait. Just in case, you know?
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Oh, what the fuck? Don't move. Dude, cat, can you like not fuck up? Okay, so we're not 3-starring this, okay? There's no risk that we are. But maybe we can 2-star it. I think we're already are not making nearly enough damage even to 2-star it. But maybe, you know? Come on, Kazuzu. Do your shit.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Don't move! Well,
I will have order.
why did I do that exactly? I meant to use E and I fucking used my Q. God damn it.
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
Oh my god, how many of these do you need to melt? Come on. Come on! My hand hurts! Lady!
The wind knows me.
Laid bare. I'm going in.
Gather.
Come on. Come on! Okay. This wasn't great. This was not great. But we have 2 stars. That's all we wanted. We just wanted 2 stars, you know? I don't 3-star this shit. I don't have a Moika. My Arlek has a pretty shitty build. But I have 5.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided
So we're good.
attention.
Also, how is this... Like, is that popcorn good? How is it? Because I'm curious, honestly. Also, I'm guessing you're American. Because crab legs seem something very Southern American to me. Like, to me, the crab legs are like, oh, someone is from Louisiana. Don't ask me why it's specifically Louisiana. I don't know. Do I look like I know anything? Nah, I don't. And cheddar is a very American cheese. Cheddar looks scary to me. Looks very
Staring into
plasticky.
my eyes.
And often orange. Energy recharge, I feel, is the one thing I usually don't lack, but I guess we'll get energy recharge. Especially this team. Oh, I can't look at details. Fuck, I can press character. Okay, fair point. Well, like, Charlotte, I think, has like 240 energy recharge at this point.
Busted. Smile. No, my sword. Let me weave you a book.
Can I, like, get, please, the... Oh my god, Yelan. Ah, he's dead? Okay.
Witness the power. Quietly now. Hard hitting it. Things are about to get dicey.
Am I fast enough in this rotation? Let's go. Rotations for life. Come on, get it down in one. Get it down in one, please. No! Almost.
Say cheese. Rain cutter. No, my sword.
I should be able. Yeah, okay. This is good.
Fun's over.
Shincho's is not ready yet, but I think we can go without him for now. Come on. We're already a bit too slow, but it's better than the previous chamber. I feel like the previous chamber is specifically testing me. It really does hate me.
Everlasting as the moon.
I didn't mean to do that!
Solidify.
That was fully an accident and I feel so stupid now.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my.
Everybody stand up.
There's 4 enemies. I'm scared of what the other oh my god, not him.
This is order.
I don't have any elemental mastery energy anyway, so I guess it's fine.
Fine.
Laid bare.
The wind knows me.
This bitch, I fully, like, really do not know how to fight him, I guess. Was he cryo just last time? Or did I just witness? You didn't see that. Hi, you didn't see that. That was a lie.
Teamwork is strength.
I will have order.
Cat! That's not what you're meant to do.
Clouds high. The birds.
Come on, one rotation it. Come on, get him down now. Ale, please! Please, I want to cry.
Gather.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
One with nature.
Transfixed. This
Let me just do this while I'm at it.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my.
Yeah. Teamwork is dreamwork.
I can't see anything. I can't see anything. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just auto-fucking attacking at this point. I can't see anything. I don't know why it's so zoomed in. I can't see.
Stabilize.
Hey, it doesn't matter. First round, 2 stars. We're chill. We're good. That's all we want, as always. We don't 3-star these. We 2-star them. Why? Because that's all the effort I got. It's not the worst card we got. It is actually the best. This is the first crit card I can find. Which, honestly, Skirk, maybe not the most needed. Oh god, again, I don't remember the enemies. Good job. Where the fuck did he appear?
Smile.
What the fuck? Where the fuck? No.
Witness the power of good. Busted. Say cheese. Rain outlines your fate.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
Take it easy.
Come on.
Here comes the catch.
Now we can skirt.
Hard-hitting explosive. Smile. Let me weave you a web. Gotcha.
Come on, Yolande, please. Oh my god, this is insane. If we keep them frozen, I think they're gonna be fine. Oh no, I don't have... Fuck. I didn't have Hydro. I fucked up. I think we're a bit too slow, but let's see how the last one is, because the last one might be fine. We're a bit slower. We might redo this. Just for the vibe, you know? And also, I think it's my dumb mastery that I didn't save up to make sure that I was, like, had enough energy. She's like, she is the moment. Like, come on now. I think it's the... We start with no energy recharge.
Everybody stand back.
Actually,
Witness my rise. Laid bare.
Kazuha, hard carry us, please.
Light it up.
Gather.
Kazuha, I need you to hard carry me in this shit because I can't do much with this Ardley right now.
Order guide you.
So I accidentally pressed fucking 4 instead of 3. Don't worry about me.
Solidify. Into the wind. Everlasting as the moon. Overruled. Gather. One with nature.
Going in.
Why did I not Kazuha after? Did you have to stop outside of the swirl, huh? Did you have to do that? You have to get outside of the fucking swirl, you absolute fucking goblin. I don't think I think we're gonna have to redo this.
Solidify.
But it's fine, you know, we okay. We're okay with that.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Gather.
I don't think Benny is the best for this half for this dude. It's just because he moves so much, honestly.
Stabilize.
Let's light it up.
Into the wind. Laid bare. This is where you fall. Transfixed.
I'm going in.
As one with wind and cloud.
Come on. She's not shielded, so I have to be fucking smart about this, okay?
Gather.
I saw it! Where we're gonna be fucked. I don't think we're getting the other star, and if we're getting it out of pure luck, honestly. Please, Benny! Why did you not ult, Benny? Benny, no! Benny, no! To be fair, I think we can do this better. We can do this better. Hello, Night Sky! Welcome in! Oh. I fucked the rotation for this half.
Witness the power.
And I think we can do this, honestly.
Gotcha. Say cheese. Quietly now.
You just focus on one. One at a time. My dumbass didn't. God damn it, Cat. Sometimes you are a bit dumb, huh?
Ring cutter. Oh, my camera.
Come on. Now we can do this.
Mine to wield.
Come on. Come on, Cat. You can do this.
Gotcha. Busted. Witness the power. Things are about to get done. Smile. Hard hitting it. Annihilate.
Okay, we can do this. Think we're gonna be able to do this faster? Don't know.
Say cheese. No, my sword. Gotcha. Let me weave you a verse. Mine to wield.
This is way too slow.
Hold that pose. Shoot. Here comes the catch. Busted. Mine to wield.
Come on. Come on, you have Yelan ult. I know you don't have Shincho ult, but you have Yelan ult. This is already too slow. But maybe, if we don't fuck up the outlet rotation. If we fuck this up, we fuck, that's it.
Transfix. Into the wind.
Teamwork is dream.
I should have regathered them, I should have regathered them, but it's okay.
Everlasting as the moon. Laid bare. One with nature.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We're good. We're fine. We're fine because we shield,
Gather.
we Benny,
Stand.
we Kazuha.
The birds call.
Just in case we do one of these, then we do this. We keep attacking. We auto attack, we run, we auto attack, we auto attack, we auto attack, we auto attack. Till now, use our E,
Stabilize.
shield again,
Wind strider.
Kazuzu.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dream work.
Fuck, it didn't take it out. It didn't take him out. Why? Why, Bennett? Come on. A little bit more, 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 a little bit more.
Solidify.
Witness my rise. Transfix.
The wind knows me.
As one with wind and cloud.
I fucked up again.
Stabilize.
I'm just stop doing that, honestly. Hi, how are you? I'm doing good.
Into the wind.
Going in.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Come on.
Overrule.
It's fine, he can tank it, he can tank it.
Let's light it up.
We're doing better than before, okay?
Everlasting as the moon.
One with nature.
Everybody stand.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Solidify.
Please! Goddamn! How did you not grab the thing until the last second? Hey, this was decently fast, okay? 6 stars, that's what we wanted. That's all I can get. Why? Because I don't want to farm here for the rest of my life. Easy peasy. Also, they need to let me use my Nouvellette. I'm sad. I miss my easy Nouvellette team, okay? It was so fast to clear. It was easy. I can get my reward. I would love to have someone that like really min-maxes to go through this. But I don't have it in me. I think I need to have someone else in my account to try and 36 stars because I don't have it in me and I get way too frustrated, honestly. We're now at 33 pools. Again, our star glitter counts should be 56 as well. 56, so the Columbina base is starting to grow slowly but surely. The fund is growing. And now I'm gonna quickly close the stream on YouTube because I like to have the separate VODs. So I'll do a little... And now we're restarting. So let me sit again down for you. Gonna eat a bit and then we're gonna start with that. But as I was saying, I just realized I was like, wait, why am I hearing Liyue music when I'm in front of the abyss? Because I have the Liyue disc playing in the background. Pause for a moment. We're gonna go to the Mondstat one actually for a bit, you know, because well, because I can. No, it's because we're gonna talk about Mondstat, so I think it makes the most sense. No, let me find it. So I'm trying to find it though, which takes a bit of time. Honkai Impact the Third. Found it. City of Winds. We're gonna go through Mondstat May Art Conquest. Again, let me have the document open. I'm not gonna be able to look at the chat on YouTube, but it is marked in the title. We're gonna go through the prologue, the introduction part, which is part of the prologue. Mondstat, if you don't know, counts as prologue in this game. So we're gonna go the Act 1, which is the Outlander who caught the wind. Then the Act 2, which is For a Tomorrow Without Tears. Act 3, which is Song of the Dragon of Freedom. And that is the main prologue. Afterwards, I do have a video in my playlist for today that talks about the lore behind Dragon Freedom. Yes, we are gonna talk about dragons. You're gonna see the dragons here. Don't worry about it. You're gonna see the dragons, god damn it. We're gonna talk about Duvallin, we're gonna talk about Durian. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna go too super in depth because, for example, the quest of an area, which is Dragonspine, is not it's not part of the main quest, so technically I shouldn't go necessarily through it, but we're gonna watch a video about it, which is, I don't remember how long that is actually. Let me check. Can find it. I'm gonna go look at I'm gonna quickly look up the Dragonspine lore. I just want Renova. I want Renova too. Renova is so good, honestly. Yep. So there is someone that made a 10-minute summary of it, of the story of Dragonspine. So we will go through that. We will watch that. Let me add it back because for some reason I watched it, I didn't add it to the correct playlist. Now we have it in the correct playlist. And again, then I do have a video, which is a little bit, it's not super long. It is 17 minutes long. We might not watch the entire thing. Might go a bit through it, but it is the lore outside of what you learn in the main quest of the area of Mondstat, because it explains to you much better about the dragons and the legends, because it also connects to the what the fuck, the comic that came out outside of the game as well. So it goes through that and goes through like the 20,000 years ago what happened, and you had the two dragons that were fighting each other, and then you also learn about one of the bosses that we fight in game, which I forgot the fucking, how did I forget the name? I've studied for this and I forgot the name. I didn't study, I went through and summarized everything, but I forget the name of this boss because it's the Wolf Lord. I remember him as Wolf Lord, but he has a fucking name, and I know it starts with an A. Andreas. God damn it, my dad's name was Andrea. Why the fuck did I forget Andreas? How did I forget that? That's embarrassing, honestly. But yes, again, I do have a summary of the Cat. It's you, come on. Yeah, but it sounds like my dad. Like, it's basically the same name as my dad. How the fuck did I forget that? And also, again, yes, I do have a summary of this. Storm yeah, old, yeah. Get a Paimon tattoo on your back. No. Why would I tattoo Paimon on me? Think about it. Why would I? I am envious, though, of the people that are getting the Wuthering Waves tattoos. Because all the characters have, like, those markings. It's not a redfish. It's called clownfish. It's called a clownfish in English. Asmodee. Asmodee is cool. What the fuck? Press the wrong button. Again. No. I mean red. You mean red. Okay. Not Nemo? Oh, non-Nemo. Okay. Specifically red fish. Okay. I'm gonna keep eating. Because these bitches are cold. Isn't Dory blue? So why chow down for a bit? I do have a video that has all of the cutscenes for the entirety of Mondstat, which I queued up. Just so I could have it. I need to move this up though. Let me move it! God damn it! It is this is an unlisted playlist as well, so if you look into my YouTube, you're not gonna be able to find it. But it has a lot of cutscenes. I don't know if Kev is here. But also Kevin has not replied to the DM I sent him earlier. I need to check who's live because he moderates in quite a few channels, so he might be moderating right now, which that means let him be. Yes, he's with two people that he moderates for are currently streaming together. And I might be playing with that because it's Dead by Daylight, so we will be alone for a bit. But I know the flow of things and I know what to say and stuff. It's just because I want to thank him because he gave me some videos that I just didn't have time to search because I have a full-time job. And I did this in most of this. Actually, I did it in like 30 minutes yesterday. Then while I was running today, I was searching up videos on YouTube. So as you can imagine, it was a lot. Okay. I will be moving my mic a bit closer to me. I will be chowing down some more fries. Mmm! I want to tell you, you sent me a video of a dark green lipstick the other day. So I'm wearing the black one now. I have the exactly same shade of dark green in the old Sephora liquid lipstick formulas. Is it extremely expired? Yes. Do I still use it? Yes, because fuck you. That's why. But right now I'm wearing the black. I used to wear this over black eyeliner on my lips, like black eye pencil. Not liquid eyeliner because I didn't like it, but yeah, that's good. Those last a lifetime. Except the fact that this is fine, but the main red liquid lipstick that I used to use were from that line, and they don't exist anymore, so I don't have it. And then this one is the creamy lip stain and stuff. It's not that great because you might be able to see. Hello, now you're gonna get very up close and personal. It smudges kind of easily, and it's not great. Beep, 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 beep. You don't need to see that much. Beep. Okay. So I think it's good if we start by very simply, where the fuck is it this? Here. Also, I have everything in a playlist, but I should have opened each video one at a time, just in its own tab, which I might just start doing that, honestly. I think we should start by the storyline preview, which is before the game even started, the preview of the entire game, basically. With the whole old-ass MiHoYo Logan. Hi, Shui. How are you? Where is it? 1 second, I got distracted. And then we go through the first cutscene that we get in-game is fully the first scene you have in the game. And it explains to you a little bit about, you know, the Traveler, the main character, how they end up, how they end up in this thing. Thank you. I have eyeliner and black lipstick. Literally have a floral dress on. Yeah, I need to pull it down. Today I'm gonna have to sit kind of close, not too far back, because I move around too much and I don't want to flash you. Which, to be fair, you would just see my underwear, which is not that much. If I wasn't at the beach, I would be more naked probably. So it's fine. But you know, Twitch doesn't like it. So I don't want to get moderated by Twitch. So let's start the day with Teyvat chapter storyline. Again, a reminder, Teyvat is the area that we're in. So I will keep the game open in the background just so we can... This is Teyvat. The entire thing that we're seeing, this is Teyvat, okay? I wish I could zoom out more. I should have the... Meep. Let me do this again for a moment. Weep. 1 second. You can zoom out more. This entire thing, and slowly but surely, we're opening up new regions. We're gonna get more Mondstat over here, which is the first region we're gonna see, and then I think we're gonna get more Fontaine as well at a certain point, and then it's gonna be Snezhnaya. Wait, I haven't watched it. You haven't watched it? This is the game release trailer, basically. This came out in September 28th, 2020, which, if I'm not wrong, is basically when the game got released. So if you haven't watched it, feel free to. I'm gonna have the subtitles on. I'm gonna try and not stop and pause while we watch clips and videos as much. I might pause when I go back to, and when I start talking about other things, and I might go back to have visual representation here as well as in game when we're talking about certain areas and stuff like that. I might open the map there, or we're talking about specific characters, might go to a character archive, things like that, because it will make it easier to go through the story. Have you seen Squidward with titties? Why did I just read that mess? Also, no, I haven't. The Discord is there. Go send that. I want to see it. I'm a curious person in nature, okay? God damn it, cat chew. He probably looks hot. He does. I'm gonna try and not get too derailed. And while I'm talking, unless you have specific questions regarding it, I might not be able to read everything in chat. Of course, if you have any like things that you remember, videos that you're like, oh, this specific cutscene or something like that, you can send it. I will make sure to, at least when I'm at the end of an act, again, every single chapter, so every single region has an act. It's divided in 3 acts, I think. Yeah, first. And then usually they have a 4th act, which is either a traveler quest, which traveler quests are the Dainsliff quests, are the Abyss quests. We'll explain afterwards what they are once we encounter the first one. And then we have interludes. I will go through only one interlude, which is the Liyue interlude. I will not go through others. Today we're going to focus on Mondstat and Liyue specifically, because I realize I don't want to be sitting here for like 8 hours to get to Natlin. And also I want to get more time to prepare, because this one has been very short notice. I haven't prepared it that much. I think I've prepared in like 2 days in total. Not even, I prepared it yesterday. Probably like 3 hours in total, okay? I'll admit, it's like 3 hours of work. But I wish I could do more work. I wish I could have like a full script or something like that, bring in more, make it a bit more fun. But for now, we'll go through it. Let's start with the first cutscene, which with the first video, which is the introduction video to the entirety of the game, because it helps give a little bit of context. Also, ads. If you don't want to see the ads, well, sub. That's it. Or we're also streaming over here if you got ads here, okay? Don't worry about it. You could sub there as well, but we're also streaming there, so if you get ads on Twitch, and you can sub, because, you know, we all broke here, you can go over on the YouTube. You're allowed this time, because I don't want you to lose things. And with that, let's start.
We had no time to say goodbye. So let's not call it that.
The war has already begun. It is just a continuation of past battles. The gods goad us on with the promise of their 7 treasures, rewards for the worthy, the doorway to divinity. Yet buried in the depths of this world lies smoldering remains, a warning to those that dare trespass. That throne in the sky is not reserved for you. But mortal arrogation never stops. None will escape the flames. See for yourself. The dragon who defended Mondstat for a millennium finally faces his perturbation. What does freedom really mean when demanded of you by a god?
Let's go, D-Look!
The god of contracts, senselessly slaughtered as his people watched on in horror. In the end, he will sign the contract to end all contracts. In the secluded land of the immortal Shogun, the Bakufu rules eternal. But what do mortals see of the eternity chased after by their god? The god of wisdom's enemy
Queen
is
has entered
wisdom
as a
itself, and the oasis of knowledge is a mirage in the desert of ignorance. In the city of scholars, there is a push for folly, yet the god of wisdom makes no argument against it. The god of justice lives for the spectacle of the courtroom, seeking to judge all other gods. But even she knows not to make an enemy of the divine. The rules of war are woven in the womb. The victors shall burn bright, while the losers must turn to ash. When the god of war shares this secret with the traveler, It is because she has her reasons. She is a god with no love left for her people, nor do they have any left for her. Her followers hope only to be on her side when the day of her rebellion against the divine comes at last. In the perpetual meantime of a sheltered eternity, most are content to live and not to dream. But in the hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall, there are those who dream of dreaming. Some say a few are chosen and the rest are dregs. But I say we humans have our
Hi,
humanity.
Dainsleif.
We will defy this world with a power from beyond. Now, you who has set foot in this world, your journey has reached its end, but one final doorway remains. Step forth if you have understood the meaning of your journey. Defeat me, command me to step aside. Show me that you are worthier than I to rescue her. Then, the threads of all fate will be yours to reweave.
I'll be honest. Ah, goddammit. Press the wrong button again. This fucking trailer is insane to me. Especially because I watched this the first time after having played the game already. I had already finished. I think actually I watched this after finishing Fontaine for the first time. So I watched it pretty fucking recently. And it is very cool because if you play the game, if you know, this came out before any of the characters that I think the only character that the first character that came out is Diluc.
Freedom really mean when
But I'm gonna lower the audio.
demanded of you by
But if you look at this trailer, you see a character for each area be revealed. And it's been like the pattern has been a 5-star, a 4-star, and then 5-star, but in this case, no, not even, because Sumeru Sign is a 5-star. So you have seen one per each that will come out in that region. This region, of course, we don't have the character out, this area is not out, but you get also a little sneak peek of the story. So dragon that Mondstat, the dragon that was supposed to protect, is attacking, what is happening. You get the god of contracts being slaughtered at the Dissension ritual. And then I don't fucking remember anymore. But they basically look at each one, okay? The god of wisdom. I don't remember Inazuma anymore. Okay, yeah, the immortal shogun, the concept of immortality for this area. So you get a very good amount of content of what is going to happen in the next act. And then, of course, you have the Canria act, which is going to be number, who knows? We don't have a number. Because what? We're getting new acts now, too. Even Natlan doesn't have an act. Nor does Shishnaya. Shishnaya does have an act, though. No, it does. I don't know Not Cry. I don't think Not Cry is going to fall as an act in this case. But now I'm digressing. And we hear towards the end about Canria. We know we're going to go in. We're going to learn what Canria is in one of the traveler quests. It's a lovely Dane. When I say a traveler quest, Dane quest, it's because of him. He always shows up in the traveler quests. We also go to a moment towards the end where he's like, I think it's Dane is the narrator, if I'm not wrong, by the voice. Tradition to come back. I haven't heard that, but I think it's Dane that is a narrator, and he's saying that we are gonna need to fight him to be able to save her, which is technically our sibling. Most of the cutscenes that we're gonna see are from the perspective of the male protagonist. So if you in game pick the male protagonist, which is Ether, and then on the other side you have Lumine. that's most of it. I think I was able to find someone that has cutscenes where Lumine is a protagonist, but either or, we're gonna talk about... I'm not gonna use Aether and Lumine as names because I play as Lumine, but someone else is playing as Aether maybe, so it gets confusing. We're gonna use Traveler when it comes to the character that you have picked, and then this sibling, which is the twin that you haven't picked, basically. So I'm gonna also go forward and already look at the first cutscene that you have in game when you start. I don't want to discuss too much the previous video simply because there's a lot of like theories and things that you can go into, and I don't think it makes sense for someone that maybe hasn't already played the game or doesn't know the story. Like, I don't think it makes sense. I think it makes more sense if we start from something in common, which is how the game starts. You see this in the first 2 seconds of the game. The game fully starts basically with this cutscene. So let's start with this.
So, what you're trying to say is that you fell here from another world? But when you wanted to leave and go on to the next world, your path was blocked by some unknown god?
Let's go, girly pop! Love this.
Outlanders, your journey ends here. Who are you? The sustainer of heavenly principles. The arrogation of mankind ends now.
Also, for the people that are curious, I will not be discussing the Heskin circle, the witch circle, nor we're gonna touch the shadows and Celestia for a long ass while. We're gonna have to finish Natlan and go to the, probably before I can actually go through that, because a lot of content on this and all of the summer events have a lot of lore, but also it's very complicated, and I think it needs its own, it's gonna be its own chapter of story, basically. Oh yes, this is the intro to the game.
And just like that,
Oh, I forgot that she
the
speaks.
god took away my brother. Some kind of seal was cast upon me, and I lost my power. So whilst we used to cross world after world, we are now trapped here. How many years ago was it? I don't know. But I intend to find out. After I awoke, I was all alone. Right up until I met you 2 months ago.
Yeah, Paimon really owes you for that. Otherwise, Paimon likely would have drowned. So Paimon will do her best to be a great guide.
At the beginning, I used to love Paimon.
We should head off. Let's get going.
I'm gonna pause here, actually. So when you land, actually, I'll keep this going in the background. I'll just, I think, lower a bit the volume. The first area you are in. So as you have seen, we just woke up in this world. We've just been in the wilderness. We meet up with Paimon. After about 2 months, that's what they said. After about 2 months, we're here, we're talking to Paimon. We don't know for how long it has been since we've been awake, but it seems like it's been very recent. And then we found Paimon, and now 2 months later, we're reaching the first area. which is, in this case, lovely, gorgeous Mondstat. Which I love. This area is inspired by Germany, mainly Northern Europe. And it is this lovely area. I think the first thing you see, I think it's is it Windside or Windrise? Or is it Starfell? It might be Starfell, actually. Yeah, no, it's Starfell. Starfell Lake. I think you, and this is the first area you arrive to. Of course, we arrive at night, but we're basically here, and we go towards here, and we reach this area with our first statue. So we now know what the statues are, but of course, we've just arrived. We don't fucking know what that is. And they have a specific cutscene where they show you, basically. But once we reach the statue, Paimon explains to us that, oh, this statue represents the god, and there are 7 different types of statues, which are specific to the region. In this case is animal, air, because we are in the area of freedom. So they correlated the element of the wind, so animal, to freedom. This is a statue. We interact for the first time with the statue, and as you see in the cutscene, we can connect somehow to it. And even though we are someone from another world, we can somehow absorb the element in the statue. So in this case, we absorb the element of animal. This is how you start a game. You start with a specific element. You start with like this. It's chill. So as the introduction, while we're walking around in the area, you encounter a random fucking twink. Just a bard, a random twink. And he's just like vibing. Just vibing out, talking to a whole ass fucking dragon. Also, yes, this is the first dragon you meet in game. Welcome. This is Duvalen. You will find more of him later on. But he is very cool, very pretty. I love the design of dragons in this game. They have a very similar design as well. They're just very pretty. In general. I know you man will love dragons, so you're gonna love him.
Don't be afraid.
But again, because we've just absorbed the element of animal, basically our element reacts to the dragon. The dragon doesn't like it anymore, and so he decides to fucking leave. This bitch of a bard just, as you may see in a second, he just flees. He's just like, you know what, I'm out. And we're just here. And then the dragon just leaves. He leaves behind, though, 1 second. He leaves behind a little red gemstone. That gemstone, we discover afterwards, is a cute beauty. Yes, that dragon is very cute. Leaves behind in like a red tier. We discovered later on that that tier is that gem is a tier, and it is corrupted. That's why it's red. And because we are the main protagonist, we discover afterwards that we can purify it. Because we are the main protagonist. And of course we can, because it's main protagonist logic that we can do that. So again, this is the prologue. So we learn a lot of context in this. So we've arrived, for now we've arrived. We've already met Paimon. We meet a fucking dragon. And we're like, okay, from now, we've gained the power of animal. We've gained a new thing. We don't know where our sibling is. Maybe let's go to our closest city, which is Mondstat in this case. Me. I like showing where we're going. I like showing the context. So it's a whole ass, yes, you walk the whole way in game as well, which is lovely. I love being able to teleport now. But we arrived to the first city, which is Mondstat, which is very, very pretty. That's it. I just like the city. Sorry, I need to run a bit to get to the city.
Silence.
Hi, chickens. These are Timmy's chickens. Do not worry about it. Timmy doesn't need them. Oh my god, so much running. We arrived here to the first area. Oh, that transition was actually surprisingly smooth. So, while you're going there, you meet also the first, you meet Amber, which is someone from the Knights of Favonius. She discovers that, of course, you are, you're trying to find your sibling. They're like, okay, let's go to the Knights. Let's go do something. And then, in that moment, a dragon, the dragon that you've seen before, starts attacking the city. So he starts moving some insane amount of like storms and everything like that. Let me just do, I'm gonna make sure that we go quickly forward as well, because I want to have the visual aspect, because I think it's more fun if you can see what's happening, honestly. So we're just yapping, we're in the city, and then Dvalin is not very happy. And he starts attacking. Also, right now, this dragon is not called Dvalin, it's called Storm Terror. I forgot about that. Me. As you're gonna learn, every time we're in a region, something bad is happening and we have to fucking fix it. And in this case, we're trying to, of course, help kick this dragon out. Because, of course, we're trying to kick this out. So, we basically have, we hear a voice that sounds like the same person that we saw outside of the city interacting with the dragon before. So, same twink, most likely, but we don't know for sure. We just hear the voice, and he gives us some power to be able to kick out the dragon for now. So, of course, we come back down. The knights that we were working with, so Ember in this case, and then other, which is Jean and Kaya, which I'll show you later, are like, okay, we're impressed. You fucking kicked out the dragon by yourself. Come with us. Let's go invest the ley lines. The ley lines are a flow. It's like an interconnected, kind of rooted system that it's in the entirety of Teyvat that helps connect. It's like the memories, the history, and everything connected to the real world, and it also connects to the world of the dead. It's a bit of a complex system, so I won't go too into it because, as said, it is pretty fucking complex, and I don't want to kill everyone today just trying to go through that, because I needed a bit to figure out how it worked. And I think it's going to be much easier next time when we go through the third region, which is Inazuma, because the ley lines there are very interconnected. So what we do is, while we go and clear temples. So we go around and clear some temples. In this case, it's very much just gameplay explanation. So it's not super lore intensive. We go around, we go into a temple with Kaya, a temple with Lisa, which is another character, and a temple with Ember. All of them are part of the Knights. And then when we return to Mondstat, we find Jean, which in this case she is the Grandmaster for the Knights. She is not the official Grandmaster. The official Grandmaster is actually Varka, but he's traveling to this day. We haven't met this bitch. He's been traveling for 4 fucking years. We don't know where he is. I think he's the Dandelion Sea or something like that. We don't know where it is. We haven't seen that region. We don't know. This bitch is just out. So we see Jean speak with the Fatui. The Fatui is an organization coming from Shinishniya, which is the region that we have not explored yet, which is the one of Cryo. As I said, every area, every region is connected to an element. Cryo, ice is going to be the last region we see. We haven't gotten there. I think we're going to need another 2 years or so, year and a half before we get there. But they are an organization that mainly just wants to gather all the gnosis. The gnosis are have the shape of a chess piece, and basically the power that the gods have, the archons, so the gods of the region, the ones that the statues, the elemental statues are dedicated to, are don't have power in and of themselves. The way that they get that power is through a gnosis, as again, basically like a chess piece, and that power is given from Celestia. Celestia is basically heaven, some kind. It's basically the what is it called? Pantheon. Let's say it's a pantheon in this way, where you have gods there, and you have like the main big actual gods that reign over and rule the entirety of it, and then you have lesser gods, which are the archons. So their element is donated from Celestia in this case. So they want to gather all the gnosis to then be able to fight back Celestia. The story is a lot more complicated right now. I'll focus mainly on what we're doing here, and we'll discover later at the last act of this part what the fuck happens, because it's a bit complicated. But we're already on the second act, so we're farming. We're doing this. So again, the Fatuas are trying to convince Jean, hey, let's kill Storm Terror. Let's kill this dragon. Jean, of course, refuses, because Storm Terror actually is not an evil dragon. It's not an evil windy dragon. He's actually Dvalin, which is the name that I gave him before, which is one of the 4 winds of Mondstat, which is one of the guardians of Mondstat, which means he was a protector, and he used to protect the city. He protected the city during an event happened 500 years before whatever the fuck is going on right now, which is a cataclysm. It's a long thing. It's a complicated war between the Archon, the gods, the dragons, whatever the fuck is happening. It was complicated. There is a whole other conversation. This happened outside of game, so we'll look at it afterwards when we finish talking about what happens in game in the region. And in that moment, of course, he's like, wait, so he's not evil. And then we remember, oh, wait, we have encountered him before, and he's left this fucking crystal. So we're like, let's present this crystal. And then Lisa, which is the librarian, she's very smart, very intelligent, discovers that it harms people that have visions. What are visions? Visions are basically little element thingies that it's like a little charm that they have attached on them, which contains the power of one of the elements. Anemo, Geo, Electro, Hydro, whatever, Dendro, whatever the Pyro, whatever element it is, it possesses to them. And it is donated by one of the Archons, to specific people. And these people are basically seen as the closest thing to ascending to Celestia. Only people that have visions or can wield an element can ascend. So that's the connection. So they discover all these characters that we're meeting, all these these playable characters, the characters we're meeting, they cannot touch it, and they harm the visions. But in this case, Paimon as well as the Traveler are like, this is not harming us, and Traveler is wielding an element, and they realize, wait, this bitch wields an element that doesn't have a vision, which means you come from another world, you can wield an element, you are a very good asset in this case. In that moment, while they're discussing, Paimon suspects the bard that we've seen before, later revealed as Venti, and which, spoiler, not really a spoiler, this bitch is the Ardemo Archon. He's the god, but he's been absent in the region. So they're like, this bitch has abandoned us. We don't have a god. We don't have a ruler anymore. He has abandoned us. And the reason why he has abandoned them, which he hasn't, because he's been there the entire time, he's just a drunkard. He's just very drunk very often. And he doesn't want to be known as the Archon. Simply because during... You're gonna be gods. He is. No, ascending to Celestia doesn't mean being gods. it's a weird thing. We don't know much about Celestia, and the exposure that you get through the story is so much later in the story. Like, they just gave us a huge ass drop, like, on a random Wednesday the other day. Just I think last Wednesday, they just gave us, like, a video, which, like, just, like, in 10 minutes, they gave so much lore exposition that we're like, oh, fuck. So trust me, we know fuck all for now. What the fuck is going on with the gods there? But, as I was saying, Paimon starts being like, hey, why the fuck were you interacting with the dragon? We are able to catch up to him, we kind of follow him, stalk him, and then they're like, okay, hi, I'm basically the Animal Archon. Not yet told us, but he's like, Duvalen is suffering due to abyssal corruption. We need to go through, what the fuck is the Abyss? The Abyss is an entity, is a group, it's like the Abyss Order. We're not talking about directly the entirety of the Abyss, that's complicated. The Abyss Order basically can poison and is trying to gain control after that, to then be able to reestablish an old order and an old civilization, which is Khaenri'ah, back to reality. Khaenri'ah has been destroyed by Celestia because they were trying to become more than gods, to go against Celestia. So because Celestia rulings are like, okay, you're gonna be immortal, but you're gonna completely lose your memories, and you're gonna basically be just weird ass creatures. So most of the enemies that we go against actually were people that were part of Khaenri'ah before. Then unfortunately, during the Cataclysm, died because the gods came down and were like, no, don't do that. Don't do that, please. No, we don't want you to do that. So basically, because of all of this thing, dragons are not bad. You just need company. Basically, what he was saying is basically, oh, he's just poisoned and is being controlled by the Abyss. So he's attacking back because he currently feels abandoned and feels rejected by the people of Mondstat, who he was trying to protect. We then discover that the Traveler, because as I was saying, Traveler is OP, but can purify this crystal. He can just purify it. So the moment Venti is like, you can purify the crystal. And he's like, okay, he needs to figure out a way to calm down. Mondstat has a church which venerates Venti. Very Catholic of them. They're the chosen one. Exactly. Why? Because they come from another world and they are the main protagonists. So of course they are the chosen one. And they're like, okay, so Venti, we still don't know that Venti is the Archon, but it's easier if I just tell you that he is. Because it's less suspicious if you figure it out that way. And he's like, the church has a thing called the Holy Liar, which used to be the Archons, and I know that the hymn that used to be played from the Holy Lyre used to suit Duvalen. So let's go ask if we can borrow it. Of course they say no. Of course we need to go steal it, and we need to run the folk away. So they steal it, and then they're like, oh wait, someone from the Fatuis has stolen it before us. And then we don't really get caught, but kinda we get caught basically. So we need to run away. We go and hide and ask the support of Diluc. Now Diluc is the red dude, pyro, big ass sword that you saw in the intro video of the before of the game. He's a former knight. He left the knights because he was like, these bitches are not trying to solve the thing. He didn't like how it played. We discover later that he's like a Batman kind of character in the game, but we find that out in like his, I think his own quest. It's funny. So basically, we explain the situation to Diluc. We're like, hey, listen, dude, we need your help. And he's like, okay. He secretly goes through to Jean, which is of course is a grandmaster, and is like, let's not, we don't want to kill the dragon, but we can tell the population that we don't want to kill the dragon and that we're just trying to calm him down with the lyre. And of course, because they stole the thing, they're like, okay, we need to go back, we need to get it back. So basically they fought, Diluc has its own connection with the Abyss. He's fighting out the Abyss by himself. So it was like, okay, I know that someone has told me that it's outside the city. Let's go find it. They retrieve it. They restore it because it's damaged. And then with the purify, they use the purify crystal to restore it. And I'm trying to remember, okay? I also don't remember. I have a summary, but it's like not that in depth. The fact that I remember is surprising. They fix it, as I said. They go to Starsnatch Cliff, which is one of the highest point, the highest cliff in Mondstadt. They summon Dvalin, and then they start playing it. He seems to calm down, and then a mage that we've already seen, the one that stole the lyre, a mage actually comes in and sabotages that attempt by weaving more insecurity on Dvalin, because as said, Dvalin, the reason why he's acting out, he's poisoned, and also he feels like the entirety of the city is against him. So basically, Dvalin flees. The lyre breaks. They basically are like, what the fuck do we do? They start tracking him, and they go, this is the last act of the area. They're like, okay, let's go to Old Mondstadt, which is now called, what is it? Storm Terrace Lair, which is, I'm going to show you because it's a very pretty area. And then afterwards, when we watch a video about the story before this, it's going to be easier for you to understand if you've seen the map, because it makes more sense if you see how it is now and everything. So this is the wonderful Storm Terror layer. God damn it, that's too far away. I thought it was much closer. What the fuck? Can you... Dude! Dude! Huh? Sorry, I forgot how to fly. That there, you can see it right there. That's his lair. Which is very pretty, to be fair. Like, I really like this area. But this used to be Mondstadt before it got destroyed. And we're gonna go through later because later to what happened and the reason why this area got abandoned and then the new Mondstadt got built here. Because it's a long story. And we have someone that is a lot more entertaining than me explaining it. But again, they go there and they're like, okay, they're like, okay, we figured it out. Venti is like, I am the Archon, but I don't have my full power because I've been absent for too long. And so he needs to rely on others because he cannot fight him by himself. So they're like, okay, let's go try and figure out how to purify Dvalin. So, how can I explain it? Basically, the Venti has a link to all of the protectors. So Dvalin and the other four. One is, what the fuck is it, Victoria? I think one of them is Victoria. We're gonna discover about that later. Let me not go in depth into this because otherwise it gets too boring. It gets boring as hell. But basically, I went too far along. I couldn't find myself anymore. They're like, okay, let's go to the ancient ruins. Venti is able to break the seal that closes the layer, so we're able to enter the Storm Terror layer. Inside we go against the Hilitrolls that have been manipulated by the Abyss. Venti, of course, are like, hey, these used to be Mondstadt. I know you don't know this. This used to be Mondstadt, and it was ruled by the Caribbean, and which was the reason why it was sealed, and it was sealed by a swirl of like wind, and they're like, okay, this was sealed that way. Dvalin basically broke in because he has more strength and he can go into the barrier. We're able to build a device. We're able to go in to break the thing. And then they're like, okay, let's activate this device, and then let's, with the power of course, our lovely traveler, our lovely MC, let's purify what happened to Dvalin. And then of course he is freed. I know I have the cutscene for this, so that's why I'm clicking things, because I'm trying to fucking find it. I'm trying to find the cutscene. Okay, it takes a bit. We do have, because I know you love the dragons, okay? I'll give you the dragon cat cutscenes. Again, as I said, he starts playing. The main song of the game.
What has been done cannot be.
Okay, no, it's good. Sorry, for a second I was confused.
What has been done cannot be undone.
Then why do I see sadness in your eyes? Sadness that speaks of your yearning for this song. We are communicating. Huh?
No! Don't depart! Do not be fooled by him, dear dragon. He left you to rot alone. Now he attempts to deceive you once more.
Beatles.
Let your wrath fester. Mondstat has already turned its back on you.
You were planning this all along to have me slain by them.
No, listen to me!
The time has come for the dragon to serve its true master. While you beware your magnetic cells, watch the world tremble with fear.
Dvalin.
Oh, I forgot. Those are the Abyss Mages. They're evil. Also, I forgot. We see for a moment our sibling for the first time. This is the first time we see our sibling.
Your Highness, your humble servant returns. When your homeland returns to this world, we shall revel in its glory.
So yes, also, fun fact, in that moment, we see that our sibling, is working with the enemy, and apparently he's the boss. So we warn him. Oh, you don't want to know how many of them I've killed in this poor game. Okay. And we have Meep. We go meet a lovely Dvalin in its own lair. Damn, the animation in this game gets so much better. In this area, yeah, Zermterran Lair has one of the best music. We also have to defeat Dvalin / purify him. Meep. But he's no longer evil. I'm sorry, but I'm so in love with the dragon design in this game, because what do you mean he has 6 wings?
It's been a while since we flew like this together. Huh, Dvalin?
Just now. Why? Why did you not ask me to protect you like the last time?
Me not wanting you to listen to the Abyss Order doesn't mean that you have to listen to me. Freedom, if demanded of you by an Archon, is really no freedom at all.
Is this the power of the Animo Archon? But I am no longer part of the Four Winds.
Even if that's so, you still protected us regardless. Now spread your wings of freedom and go with my blessing.
Also, it took much longer than I expected to summarize this. I think I need to go even less into detail.
The Storm Terror threat was quelled. I
Let's go,
clarified the
Jean!
misunderstanding to the citizens of Mondstat and let them know that they are safe. To them, it seems Storm Terror attacked Mondstat out of nowhere and then vanished just as quickly. They
I
must
wish
be
we could
following
actually
the
just
whole
see him
ordeal
sometimes
very
fly around.
confusing. However, winds change their course. Someday, they will blow towards a brighter future.
Oh yeah, we have to give back the Holy Lyre and it's broken.
The Holy Lyre! Oh, Barbados!
Oh, this is Barbara, also Lisa's sister. She is like basically an idol singer, but also one of basically the nuns.
Even if I
Paimon's
told you
face,
these
yeah.
things for the rest of my life, it would still not be enough.
Also, I love the fact that she's like praying atoning her sins. That's who she's praying to.
Oh, give it here.
Like she's praying to him, but no one knows because it's like he's also, you could hear in the previous cutscene with Duvalen, he doesn't want to be present and he doesn't want to guide because he's like, is it really freedom if it's your god to tell you to be free? No. If you don't have guidance, if you don't have a god, someone looking up to, someone guiding you from atop, that's real freedom. That's how he perceives it, and that's why he's like living his life as a bard and an alcoholic. He's always drunk in a bar, don't worry about it. Che senso suora, idol?
This Holy Lyre, but
Suona again.
huh? Let Paimon see. No. I don't know how you managed to.
Yeah, she's an idol in the sense that she's a singer. So she's basically like the typical, you know, idol singer where she's like in like specifically Japanese games mainly, you have, you know, their singer, their idols that do concerts and stuff. She's basically that. She has fans. She has a stalker as well. This fucking bitch. I forgot his name. I hate it. Let's dance. Yeah, it's annoying. Da, 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 da. She has a little loop
But you'll
thing
never
as
touch
well.
the lyre again. We really should get going. That trick I used to repair the Holy Lyre. I mean, the magic I used isn't going to hold forever, you know.
Who's that, Bard? Hey, don't go!
Of course, it's fucking, for fuck's sake, that's fast. Wow, this bitch is running out of the church, and of course, Jean remains in the church. Jean is also, you saw that idol? That's her sister. So the Grandmaster, blonde girl with ponytail, is the older sister of the nun with the pigtails. I'm trying to figure out the best explanation to do here. Not the greatest. We're trying our best though. I haven't checked in on Death for a moment because I'm streaming here, but I can't see the chat. Oh. Did this stream crash on YouTube? Okay, it works again. Let's go, it works again. It might have not crashed, but in case it crashed, we're back. Oh no, it didn't crash. Fuck! Cat! Goddamn! Okay. I'm trying. Oh god, I'm voiceless. Okay, so basically at the cathedral, again, Venti fixes the lyre with an illusion magic. We leave the fuck out. we chase him outside, and I'm gonna leave the cutscene now. Actually, I think it makes the most sense if I leave you guys with a cutscene, because it's basically exactly what we see, and you can see what happens. So I don't know why. Don't worry about me. I forgot the flow of the stream. He gets ambushed.
At last, Mondstat's rodent ruler in the flesh.
And when a girly pop comes in,
Scurrying through the streets looking for leftovers? Mondstat calls this a god?
Resident rodent beats invasive vermin.
Don't you dare speak back to me, insolent bard.
gosh, she's so good.
Absentee Archon of Mondstat. How impotent you've become.
That smirk you wear looks out of place. Did you steal it from your master's face?
Oh,
Should have held your tongue. So, this is a gnosis. Wouldn't be caught dead wearing this ugly thing in public.
Beauty is a waste when the beholder has no taste.
this bitch talking in rhyme. Sorry, I have a problem with people talking in rhyme. Don't worry about me.
Well, we have what we came here for. Come, before our dear Favonian friends arrive. Leave nothing for them to find.
So let me scroll backwards a little bit and give you a bit of context. Again, sorry, I need a moment
At
here.
last, Mondstat's rodent ruler in the flesh.
So we meet Fatui Harbingers. So Fatui Harbingers are basically the main commanders when it comes to the Fatuis. They are the organization, let's say, that works with the Cryo Archon in Shnezhnaya with the Tsaritsa, which we're gonna hear quite a lot about, which again, working in the Cryo area, which we haven't seen it. Her name is Shura. So, because you're Italian, Manu, and you know, yes, their names come from the comedy. What the fuck is it called? Why am I forgetting about it? We basically have Arlecchino, we have La Signora, we have Il Dottore. So, if you're Italian, you will be very comfortable with these names, basically. I think we might Pulcinella. We have Pulcinella, we have Columbina. So Columbina is also a character that's going to come out very soon. We don't have Il Bidello. Columbina is actually a character that's going to come out very, very soon. Her art style is so good. We have Pantalone. Listen, I need to... Listen, there's a lot of them, okay? She's the 8th one. I think there's too many of them. We're gonna see more of them in a moment. There is a like little trailer sneak peek where they show them. So I'll give you more context afterwards. But what she's doing here, again, she's part of the Fatuis, as I have briefly described before. The janitor. It's a joke. Oh. Yes. Sorry, my brain didn't catch that. I don't remember anymore. Again, the Fatuis are trying to steal all the Gnosis. This is the main thing that you need to know. They're trying to steal all the Gnosis. They're trying to snatch them all. So that's the main thing that you need to remember. She is the first of the Harbingers that we meet, which again, the main, you have like, are there 8 of them? Now, you know, I've prepared relatively to this, okay? I'm trying to remember. 11 of them. Oh, goddammit, there's 11 of them. Yes, you have Tartaglia, which is Tartaglia, Pantalone, Sandrone, Pulcinella, Arlecchino, Columbina, Il Dottore, Il Capitano, e Pierro. So these are in order. Then as former you also have, yeah, I love that you have former members. We also have Scaramouche, La Signora, and then Crukebena is actually the person that was an Harbinger before she got killed by the Knave, or Arlecchino. That's it. That's the main thing you need to know. These are it. And again, Tartaglia is the last one. We're gonna meet him in the next region. Don't worry about that. And I hate that she's put as former, because spoiler, goddamn, Genshin Impact, Genshin Wiki, goddamn, which is the fandom.com website. Find it again here. Yes, here. So you can see in the cutscene, she steals a Gnosis. That's the first Gnosis that they steal. They're gonna steal a bunch of them. You're gonna find out later. But yes, that's it. Sorry, I'm using all of my brain. Now, what we're gonna do is, again, as I've said before, I have a playlist. So what we're gonna quickly watch is a little bit of a backstory or a summary of what I just told you. Summarize again before we go quickly into the background of Mondstat, because Mondstat has a lot of fucking lore that I could not go through, because the way you learn that lore is if you read the fucking novel, if you watch, if you read the actual story quest, which, as we know, I love watching other people summarize story quests. I cannot read all of the text in a story quest. Matt dyslexic ass and ADHD, I don't have enough attention, okay? There's few of them that I can do it for. Not all of them. So, again, we're gonna quickly go through the story that I've talked to till now, which I think should be just a few minutes. Yeah, it's like 4 minutes, and then we're gonna go through the background of the story. I wanted to go through it myself and not just base it on this 4-minute clip of a Mainslave, blessed Mainslave video, because it's of the explanation, wonder what I have to do. I do that too, and that's mainly for the game mechanics. I always like F, and then I'm like, oh wait, what the fuck did I need to do? And then I have to press G, which is the guide thing, and every time they explain a mechanic, it gets added to your guide, and then I have to open the guide and read it again. Most of the time, I just, what I love to say it, I love to hard deck it, which is I just go in and figure it out. Very straight man of me, I just go and try it. I feel we mostly all of us do. Yeah, the problem is sometimes we've done it in co-op too, where we just try and then we're like, oh, we fucked up the entire thing. That's not how we're supposed to do it. But you know, sometimes it do, sometimes it's fine. We're gonna, lovely queen shout out, she doesn't fucking need a shout out. Mainslave, she's our queen, she's the lord and savior, anything that is Genshin lore. Mainslave, basically.
A quick recap of the entire story of Genshin Impact before the release of version 5.0. I'll be uploading summaries
yeah, exactly.
and Archon Quest
so it's fine.
Release, but for now, if you needed a quick refresher on what's happened so far, then here it is. The story starts with our favorite little extraterrestrials, Traveler and their sibling, who descended to this strange land of Teyvat in the form of a falling star. As they try to leave this world, they are stopped and separated by an entity that calls herself the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles, more commonly known as the Unknown God. A seal was apparently placed on Traveler, causing them to lose their power. After being separated for an undetermined number of years, Traveler is now in Mondstat with a floating fairy called Paimon, who acts as their travel guide and teaches them all they need to know about the world of Teyvat. The 7 nations of Teyvat are all ruled by the 7 Archons, gods chosen by a divine hierarchy known as Celestia to rule over the lands and their respective elements. Visions are items used as conduits for elemental power. These visions are granted to select few people in Teyvat by the celestial deities. It's said that vision holders might have the chance to become gods themselves in hopes that they too could ascend to Celestia. Just note that Archons themselves don't give visions because they're apparently the bottom of the barrel when it comes to divine hierarchy.
Oh yeah, it's true. We found that out a bit later that it's not Archons that give the visions. I forgot. I'm sorry.
The takeaway from this is that Celestia
inaccurate.
is
It's
scary.
me.
The first of the 7 nations is Mondstat, which worships the animal Archon Barbados. As a city of freedom, the Archon Barbados has taken a more hands-off approach in ruling.
So although the city has an entire church and religion that actively worships him, Barbados is relatively absent. The Knights of Favonius functions as Mondstadt's leading authority, with Jean as the acting Grand Master, while Grandmaster Varka is away on an undisclosed expedition. Mondstadt's major crisis is that a dragon named Storm Terror has unleashed violent windstorms threatening to destroy the city.
The sunglass swagger. Goddamn.
Favonius have a plan, and as an honorary knight, Traveler is compelled to help. The plan is to cut off Storm Terror's power supply, which are crystals located in Mondstadt's major temples. But there's an issue. Storm Terror's real name is Dvalin, and contrary to current belief, Dvalin was actually a good dragon, who's even one of the 4 legendary protectors of Mondstadt. So what turned him evil? 500 years ago, Teyvat faced a worldwide crisis known as the Cataclysm. The nation of Conria fell, and abyssal creatures ran rampant, destroying everything in sight. A wicked dragon named Durin attacked Mondstadt, prompting the Anemo Archon Barbados and the dragon Dvalin to fight back. Durin is successfully killed by Dvalin's fatal bite to his throat, but Dvalin inadvertently swallows Durin's poisonous blood. After the battle, Dvalin hibernates and returns to Mondstadt centuries later. However, with his honorable deeds forgotten, the people of Mondstadt cowered in fear. Dvalin retreats in betrayal and pain, which exacerbates the effects of the poisonous blood in his body. Now subject to the call of the abyss, Dvalin seeks revenge on Mondstadt. The only way to stop him is to purify the abyssal corruption in his blood. Conveniently, a mysterious bard named Venti seems to know how to do it. After stealing the legendary Lyre de Hermel, a tool belonging to the Anemo Archon, the group heads to Starsnatch Cliff to summon and purify Dvalin, but their plans are thwarted by an Abyss Mage. This Abyss Mage is from a nefarious faction known as the Abyss Order, which seeks to destroy the 7 nations out of revenge for the fall of Conria, the kingdom that fell during the Cataclysm 500 years ago. Traveler and the group go to Storm Terror's lair and manage to free Dvalin from his abyssal corruption and from the Abyss Order. All's well that ends well, or so it seems, until a Fatui harbinger named La Senora steals a Gnosis from Venti. Venti is actually the Anemo Archon Barbados in disguise, and this Gnosis was a device used by the Archons to tap into the powers of Celestia. La Senora comes from a faction known as the Fatui, which is based in Snezhnaya, Teyvat's nation of ice, led by the Cryo Archon the Tsaritsa. The Fatui's motive is to gain control of all the Archon's powers by collecting their Gnosis. Mondstadt is actually one of the few places to have history with Natlan. According to the Genshin webcomics, 1,000 years ago,
this bitch went through the webcomic.
A tribe from Natlan was enslaved by the Lawrence clan, who took advantage of Barbados' absence and ruled Mondstadt as tyrants. The Natlan hero Vanessa, with the help of Barbados, would free Mondstadt from the aristocracy, and she would later become one of Mondstadt's legendary protectors, the Falcon of the West of the Four Winds. Vanessa would also become one of only 2 people in recorded history to ever ascend to Celestia, the other being Guhua from Liyue. To briefly recap Mondstadt's story, the situation with Dvalin has been resolved. The windstorms have disappeared, and Dvalin is no longer a vengeful dragon. Mondstadt is more or less the same as it was prior to Dvalin's rampage. The Anemo Archon is still relatively absent, allowing the people of Mondstadt to live in freedom, and things appear to be peaceful so far. The Fatui have 1 out of 7 Gnosis. Just a quick note, even though the Fatui operate under the orders of the Cryo Archon, we don't really know the state of the Cryognosis. So until we reach Snezhnaya and know for sure, the Cryognosis won't be counted just yet. Okay, so we helped out Mondstadt, so surely we'll have some information on where we can find our sibling, right? You know, the sibling we lost in the beginning of the story. The reason we're on this journey in the first place. A weekend Venti unfortunately has no clue where the sibling is, but encourages Traveler and Paimon to visit Liyue, the nation led by the Geo Archon.
So, I think Liyue is my favorite fucking region. Fun fact: Dvalin is a dwarf's name, which is really funny because greedy dwarves in Norse mythology become dragons. What the fuck? Thank you for that lore drop, because I did not know that. I have a quick, not super quick, okay? It's kind of long. But I do have another video that goes into more of the lore before. Sorry, it's gonna be a bit video-centric for now for a moment, because I know my yapping gets kind of boring. Fully aware here. Also, yes, I'm chowing down on dinner. If you see me eat, ignore that, okay? Just look at the rest of the video. I have a video. This video is from Let me. Fuck, my elbow hurts. Oof. Sorry, 1 second. Did I open it on a different screen? No, I didn't. I'm stupid. No, I did it. I did. Don't worry. So, I wanted to go through it too because this video, again, Ashikai, 10 out of 10. I really like their content. I actually don't know. They use she, her pronouns or they, them. So I'll just go they, them. Easier. They become worms to be more specific, and they are despised. Wait. Wyoms. We have those in game. Wait. We have Wyoms in game. Wyoms are actually enemies that just became available in the latest region. These are Wyoms. No, these are Wyobs. Wyobs, not Wyoms. And they steal your energy recharge. Which is annoying as fuck. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know what energy recharge is. Annoying motherfuckers. Yeah, they were fucking killing me in the abyss. When you were joining while I was fighting, yeah, that last one, the first chamber in that last floor, that's where I was stuck. The next 5-star will be Dea. She doesn't play Genshin. Don't tell her that. That's a bad wish. Okay, no, wait. Some people really love Dea. Some people really love Dea. Early game, she's very good, okay? Early game, she's very good. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Also, I'll quickly... it's 17 minutes. It might be a bit long, but I think it's very good. It's a very, very dense video. So I might pause at times. But it goes through the lore before we even start. Like, before the story even starts with the Traveler, basically.
Got a question for you. How many of you actually know the full history of Mondstat? How many of you knew the full history of Mondstat and then later forgot? I'm guessing that's probably most of you. As Genshin Impact's story continues to develop, we're only going to be getting more and more information, which means there's more and more things to forget
also
about later.
love
In
Yamfe.
light of this, I thought it would be a really good idea to create a series where we just go over the important bits. A series that helps make Genshin's lore more accessible to new players, while also providing a quick and handy way for established players to refresh their memories. So, allow me to welcome you to this brand new series I have dubbed The Beginner's Guide to Genshin Lore. Now, keep in mind, I have no intention of covering every historical incident, so this guide will by no means be comprehensive. It will, however, provide a solid foundation for further research and investigation, as I will be including no theorizing, no hypothesizing, and no speculating. I know.
Volume is too low for me, give me a moment.
However, I will be making a couple of assumptions which will be marked and further elaborated on in the description box.
I had said it ahead of time that this was the Genshin lore stream. I think it will get quite a bit. You arrived in a moment that is quite okay, because this should summarize enough what we've discussed, basically.
Do make sure to check that out.
I'm doing good.
Well, now then, since this is the first video in the series, why don't we start by going over the history of the region where the game first started? My name is Ashikai, and this is the Beginner's Guide to Mondstat.
Nice.
Our story begins over 2,600 years ago in the city of Mondstat. We're gonna call this Old Mondstat in order to differentiate it from New Mondstat, which is the city that is built upon Cider Lake. Old Mondstat was situated a little bit more to the west in what we now know as Storm Terror's lair. Back when this was Mondstat's capital, the whole region of Mondstadt was home to
I'm trying to make this a bit
basically
louder
two
for you
gods
guys, sorry.
that we know of. Decarabian, the god of storms, and Andrias, also known as the North Winds. For reasons unknown, Andrias declared war on the god of storms. This war was one of many smaller wars that would later become known collectively as the Archon War, but that's a topic for another video. Now, during this time, and possibly prior to this war as well, Mondstat was covered in snow and ice. The presence and will of Andreas brought forth blizzards that made life outside of the city of Old Mondstadt incredibly difficult. Seriously, it's like a year-round winter. I wouldn't want to live there either. Now, Decarabian actually ruled over the city of Old Mondstadt, so those were his people, and he did take responsibility for them and their safety by creating an enormous wind barrier that surrounded the whole city. This wind barrier protected his people from Andreas's blizzards, but also sort of trapped them inside. Andreas,
which is what I was describing earlier. Here. God damn it. With, do you see the wind barrier at the bottom? Basically, it covered the entire thing. And the entire wind barrier basically kept the people inside. Sorry. Context loose.
Could not break this wind barrier, and Decarabian refused to come out of his tower in the center of Old Mondstadt, so the battle between the two gods was never actually resolved. But as time passed, the people of Old Mondstadt became less and less pleased with their situation. They began...
Yeah, it doesn't cover it because we've broke the seal in-game already. The first... You weren't here when I talked about it.
To see Decarabian not as a god that protected them from the harsh blizzards of the outside, but as a tyrant that held them captive. Some people, however, were able to leave the city, but it's not quite clear how. The Gunhildr clan is one of those that did manage to leave successfully, but life outside the wind barrier was harsh and incredibly difficult.
I won't.
Freezing, hungry, and desperate, the Gunhildr clan built a shrine and prayed to the divine for
also,
help.
Gunhildr is
But
the ancestors of Jean.
Wind spirit answered their call.
Jean's family.
Their faith and prayers somehow became a source of power for this little spirit, and it used this power to shelter the clan from the cold. This tiny spirit then made its way to the city of Old Mondstadt, and somehow slipped inside. Inside the city, it met a boy known only to us as the Nameless Bard. The Nameless Bard and the spirit became very close friends. Eventually, the Nameless Bard would tell the spirit about his dream of seeing the world outside the city and the birds flying free in the sky, and how that dream could never come true unless the tyrant, Decarabian, fell. Now, it was this dream, along with the general civil unrest of the people who were being oppressed within the city, that inevitably sparked the beginnings of a rebellion against the God of Storms. The Nameless Bard led this charge with the help of the Wind Spirit, a knight from the Gunhildr clan, a red-headed knight that was likely the beginnings of the Ragnvindr family, so Diluc's family, as well as a woman named Amos, who was apparently Decarabian's mortal lover. Yeah, I don't quite follow that one either. The rebellion was successful, and Decarabian was overthrown. It's not quite clear whether he's dead or sealed, but regardless, the battle did not end without some casualties. Amos was among the many who were killed, as well as the Nameless Bard, whose dream of seeing the world outside the wind barrier would go unfulfilled. And with Decarabian defeated, the Wind Spirit and Andreas were the only two remaining gods in Mondstadt that we know of. But Andreas did not fight the Wind Spirit. I guess he didn't have a grudge against him like he did Decarabian. It's really not that clear.
So the Nameless Bard that you saw before looks exactly like Venti. You see Venti here. Venti is the animal spirit, the wind spirit that we saw before. And he took his resemblance, basically. He took the resemblance of that unnamed bard. Also, this booker is very messy. Again, as I said, don't look at me while I'm eating. But yes, so that's why you saw before. Meep, meep, meep.
As well as the Nameless
Bard. That we go forward, we're like, the Wind Spirit, it looks like it's Venti.
Not fight the Wind Spirit. I guess he didn't have a grudge against him like he did Decarabian. It's really not that clear. But apparently he somehow realized that his powers only brought harm to humans, and he therefore could not care for them properly, which is also a little bit weird because it's not quite clear that he liked them to begin with, but suspend your disbelief. Regardless, he then gave up his physical form and let his power seep into the land of Mondstat, leaving the Wind Spirit as the last god standing. Well, with a physical form, at least, because Andreas kind of became like this weird ghost wolf that we fight every week. So he's still like kind of here in a ghost form, but he doesn't really have like a physical body, so he's not like a full god. I don't know, it's weird, it's complicated, just roll with it. Anyway, the Wind Spirit then borrowed the form of his dearly departed friend, the Nameless Bard, and thus became Barbados, or Venti, the Anemo Archon. What remained of Andreas became one of the four winds that would assist Barbados in protecting Mondstat for years to come. Andreas essentially became the Wolf of the North. Now, the newly born Archon used his powers to blow away all of the ice and snow that covered the land until all that was left was a very lush green paradise that we see there now. His winds cut gouges into the earth and split mountains, while the melted snow caused the sea levels to rise at least a little bit. Not long after this terraforming, the people of Old Mondstat abandoned their city and built a new one atop an island in Cider Lake. Barbados officially became their god, and they declared to uphold his dream or ideal of freedom. Now, roughly around this time, while the city was being built, I guess? The timeline's a little bit muddy, but around this time, Dvalin was born from the pure Anemo energy that kind of accumulated in a big mass in the heavens somewhere. Newly born and curious about the world, he wandered into New Mondstat and probably frightened the people there until Barbados magically appeared.
We love a dragon.
Up until this point, dragons were considered monsters and not really, beings that humans get along with. So Barbados, being the enigma that he is, kind of did the unthinkable and managed to befriend the dragon. He then declared him one of the four winds and tasked him with the protection of Mondstat. Dvalin became known as the Dragon of the East, just as Andreas became the Wolf of the North.
You've already picked your dragon?
Averted,
Damn, that's early.
Freshly established, Barbados decided that there was nothing left to do but let his people enjoy their cherished freedom. So he left Mondstadt in the care of the current ruling class, which was then made up of three clans: the Lawrence, the Grunhilder, and the Emunnacher. And made up of three clans: the Lawrence, the Grunhilder.
The Emunnacher. Oh no, it's similar to Fischl's, but it's not Fischl. You don't really kill it fully, but yeah, you do fight it. I'm a dragon's friend. There's so many dragons in this game. Every area has its dragon that I'm gonna have to introduce to you. Sorry.
And the Emunnacher. Barbados then trusted them to work together to uphold his ideal of freedom and to never let the people fall prey to tyranny.
Yeah, because the nobles are very known for being able to not be corrupted and just uphold freedom. Right. Right.
Ever again.
The nobility? Always, right?
Politics is as politics does, and the powers of the clans were very unbalanced. The Lawrence clan soon took center stage and all of the power, and soon followed in Decarabian's footsteps, seeking to control the people rather than to promote freedom. The Order of the Knights at the time, the Starlit Knights, and the Church at the time supported the aristocratic rule of the Lawrence clan, and they just aided them in keeping the people ignorant and subservient. So, good job. No one's really sure what happened to the Emunnacher clan, but the Gunhilder clan appeared to be the only noble clan left in Mondstadt that actually opposed the rule of the Lawrence clan. But they lacked the power and influence to properly challenge them, so they were a little bit useless. Many years passed before a nomadic tribe from Natlan was found and captured elsewhere in Mondstadt after being relentlessly terrorized by a monster known only as Ursa the Drake. Among this tribe was a girl known as Vanessa. Her people were then turned into slaves in Mondstadt, so she decided to become a gladiator in order to win their freedom. Now, around this time, Barbados decided to check in to Mondstadt, and what he found did not make him very happy. The nation of freedom that he sought to build was nowhere
to be fair, he did leave to... I'm gonna do a smart thing, which is... Sorry. It was a bit too loud for me. he did leave it to nobility to maintain freedom. Maybe a bit dumb, but that historically never has worked ever, ever, ever. So bro checks in and is like, what the fuck is going on?
Instead, he
Slaves
basically
too?
found a repeat of the city of Decarabian, but, you know, 2.0. Brand new. Yeah. And just as he met the nameless bard, he met and befriended Vanessa and offered her help, which she then, you know, refused. She claimed that her problems were hers to solve, which is, you know, pretty respectable. But also, come on, it's okay to ask for help. And help she did need, because Vanessa was headstrong and very, very stubborn, and somehow she managed to anger the current heir of the Lawrence clan. The Lawrence clan then decided to make a deal with Ursa the Drake. In exchange for leaving Mondstat alone, the Lawrence clan would give Ursa, Vanessa, and all of the people of her tribe. Anyway, as part of her punishment for pissing off the Lawrence clan, Vanessa was then thrown into the gladiator arena and forced to fight in a series of grueling battles. When she did finally reach the last opponent, she was faced with none other than Ursa the Drake himself. Before she could even think about properly preparing herself to fight the monster that once hunted her people down in the wilds of Mondstat for many years, her entire tribe was then thrown into the arena as well, with no means of defending themselves. The odds were completely stacked against them, but Vanessa refused to give up. And her bravery impressed Barbatos so much that he descended upon the arena and granted Vanessa just enough power to defeat
that
Ursa
twinkie ass outfit
for
though.
good.
He really is. He just
Vanessa's
looks like he's
victory
gonna
over
die.
Ursa the Drake and her blessing from the Animal Archon won her the heart of the common people. Together with notable figures like the Ragenvinder clan, again, Deluxe's family, Cruzlead, we're not going to talk about him, and a dissident faction of the church, she was able to lead a successful rebellion, exiling all but a few noble clans that remained uncorrupted, but still kind of useless, like the Gunhilders, which would be Jean's family. Vanessa then established the Knights of Favonius and became one of the four winds of Barbatos, the Lion of the South. We also know this wind as the Lion Fang Knight or the Dandelion Knight. This title would then continue to be inherited by members of the Knights of Favonius.
The Dandelion Knight is actually the title that remains.
And this ushered in the beginning of Mondstat's era of true freedom. And finally certain that his ideals would be upheld this time, Barbatos vanished once again. After her death, Vanessa ascended to Celestia and became our only confirmed mortal to do so. We do have others that we think ascended, but we can't actually confirm them. But anyway, she emerged from Celestia in the form of a falcon, then likely becoming the final of the four winds, the Falcon of the West. And she still looks over Mondstat to this day. Roughly 500 years later, which would also be 500 years ago from the current point in the game, monsters from the abyss started to appear all over Teyvat, causing destruction and devastation wherever they went. And if you've ever fought the Rift Hounds, you'll understand why this was problematic. The Knights of Favonius mobilized, led by Grandmaster Arundelen and another knight by the name of Rostam. They led an expedition into Conria, the supposed source of the monster infestation. But Rostam died during this expedition, and his lover, Rosalind, learned of his death upon her return to Mondstat from her study abroad in Sumeru, and she didn't take it very well. She flew into a violent rage and used her studies from the Sumeru Academia to turn herself into the Crimson Witch of Flames.
The Crimson Witch! This is pretty useful to know because we meet the Crimson Witch in the third region. And you might recognize her.
She fought the Abyssal Infestation herself until her life all but burned away completely. Her dying body was later found and then revived by the Fatui, somehow or other. We're not quite sure how, just roll with it. They bestowed upon her a cryo delusion, which calmed the raging flames inside of her and let her function normally. She then assumed the name of Senora and became the 8th of the Fatui Harbingers, never forgetting her grudge against the Animo Archon. Because, he didn't actually help her or her lover when they needed him most. But it wasn't for lack of trying. See, during the Cataclysm, Barbados was otherwise occupied by an even greater foe than the swarms of monsters and rift hounds that people were fighting. Durin, a great abyssal dragon, had descended upon Mondstat, and there was no one able to fight him except the Animo Archon himself. Barbados enlisted the help of Dvalin, and together they managed to take down Durin and trap.
Which is how then Durin got poisoned by the abyssal energy. That's why I wanted to to show you this, because you hear some of this lore, but put all together in the context in a more timeline manner makes a lot more sense.
Dragonspine, which we will talk about in another video.
Oh yeah,
but
Dragonspine.
This feat was not accomplished without its own set of casualties. Dvalin, having ingested Durin's toxic blood during the battle, flew back to Old Mondstat, where he fell into a deep, deep sleep in order to recover. Barbados also vanished around this time. Not really sure why, but likely to follow Dvalin's lead and to also sleep and recover his powers, because it apparently took a lot out of him. But what happened to Conria itself and the monsters that surged from it remains a bit of a mystery, although it's safe to say that the heavenly principles were involved, at least somewhat. But with the monsters quelled, Mondstat fell into a period of relative peace. Until one day, Dvalin woke, not of his own volition, but at the behest of the Abyss Order, former citizens of Conria, hell-bent on revenge against Celestia for the destruction of their nation. They manipulated Dvalin in his weakened state, and kind of convinced him to just terrorize Mondstat. And that is where the story of Genshin Impact began. And
this was a lot more context of what happened behind, let's say, before the start of the game, as she says. That's when the story in Genshin happened, so everything else that we saw before, I think it was important to watch it after knowing the story already, because it makes a lot more sense, because you kind of connect a lot of dots behind it. And I think for regions like Mondstat and Liyue, things like this, videos like this are very useful. I think going forward, times it becomes a lot harder, and there's going to be a new region coming out on Noctry, which is basically the way the devs describe it is the region where we're gonna connect dots and, knot up some loose threads, because unfortunately every region leaves so many loose threads in story-wise, so many things that are started and never talked about again. And so the newer region that's gonna come out 2-3 months, I think September, is gonna help, let's say, fix this. Should. We'll see how it is. I have a lot of hope though. It's gonna kill the MC, yeah, for sure. Sorry if I'm not really interacting with you guys, but Chloe Battle, you are talking about nothing that is relevant to the conversation, so and then we're gonna have, yeah, for sure. But okay. I hope this was a little bit. Hope this helps a little bit. I think because I love Liyue, I think the best way to go through it, if I just sprinkle in things but leave the story mainly go. We watch a video, basically. We mainly watch a video. I'll go through it slightly now. I'll run through a few things. Let me find again. My dumbass self forgot to do a very important thing. So I'm gonna do that now. At least I'm talking English and not Slovenian. Yeah, okay, it's fine. But I've already said this multiple times. The amount of times that you get banned in a game is a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It's never been a good thing. So seeing that as a good thing to me is stupid. Okay. And found it. So, the way we start, okay, as again, basically we talk to Venti and they're like, hey, go to this new region. Go to Liyue. So you're like, okay, let's go there. You discover that there is a Rite of Descension that is about to happen. The Rite of Descension is basically when the Archon of Geo, an element is also rock in this game, comes down from Celestia, I think they say, but he basically ascends and then talks to the people and talks about the economy, how it's going to go. Geo, as Mondstat, was the land of freedom. This is the land of contracts and also the place where Mora, which is the money in game, is created. So it's only created here. A new way, basically, you need to go to that Rite of Descension to go see what happens. So it should show it now. I think this is the correct. If this is the correct cutscene, I hope. I couldn't find the same person that posted the other one.
Look at all the people!
So we go to the right.
We gotta get up front. We can't see squat back here.
This is the lovely and wonderful Ningguang of the Chinche, which is the human organ that guides the area outside of the Archon and the Adepti. Which Adepti are basically supported from the Archon to protect and guide the nation of Liyue. Dragon. Hello! Hi, Rita! Welcome in! Okay, we'll have a quick break. We just saw him die. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Raiders. How are you doing? How was stream? I saw you were playing Dead by Daylight with... We're playing with Nona, right? I think so. I think I checked. Hello! We're doing a bit of a lore recap today. We just recapped the entirety of Mondstat. I yapped a lot. And then we watched videos a lot. Welcome in. Hi, Kev. I don't have a mod. Peeps. For the people. Whole lore. Yes, we're going whole lore. All lore hole. We're going down the lore hole. I need... no, goddamn. Okay. Hey, I haven't even finished giving the shout out. Welcome in, peeps. Hi, Nona. How was Dead by Daylight with Rita? Welcome in. Hello again. Hi, Kevin, once again. But for the... Okay, I'm gonna do a 1-for-1 for the raiders that just arrived from Nona. How are you doing? How was stream? How's your day going? We're touching on the lore, diving not super deep, okay? We're trying our best of the lore of the game. Was kind of requested / forced upon from me upon Tragedy Manu to talk about this. Peeps, go follow Rita, by the way. I know the chatter's gonna stop, but go follow Rita. Someone that plays Child. We're about to see Child, actually, so... Hey, girly. Oh no! Oh no, the cutscene is not from... Oh no, I need to find someone else's cutscenes. Because I couldn't find the full cutscene thingy from the perspective of oh my god, what is it called? My brain, give me a second. Lumine. I can only find yeah, I can't find another one. Listen, it's hard to find people that have just a full ass video with all of the cutscene all in one, okay? I'm too lazy to look one by one. Too much. Is there a glitch effect on facecam? No, it's an issue with the connection between my camera and my cam link. Actually, my cam link and my PC. I don't know how to fix it, so it's gonna stay like that, unfortunately, because I can't figure out how to fix it. I'm not that technologically advanced. But for the people who joined in, let me do a little summary. Hi, my name is Kat, variety streamer. We're talking about Genshin today. I have a top 2. I can now flex. I have a top 2% Yai Miko build. I can flex. That is very impressive to me. Because I didn't even mean to do that well. Why are you telling Kevin to shush? 6% DPS improvement from Z0. Oh yeah, we talked. Does have a 2. Let me flex for a moment. Let's flex for a moment. We have a little break, okay? We have another little break, and look at my woman. Look at my girl. 100.8, 200.3. Beautiful, wonderful. Kaguro's variety. Plays Genshin and League. I play Genshin, I play League. Friday we're playing Valorant after watching the live stream. 8:30/9 p.m. We're starting with the Genshin live stream. That's gonna come out on Friday. In case someone didn't remember. Rita, Nona, reminder. If you can, watch it, react to it, you know, content. And then we're playing Valorant. Listen, I'll be right back. Nom food, yes. Look at this one. Look at this my pride and joy. Look at this fucking thing. Only one roll was wasted. 4-line means that also yes, it was created with the thingy, okay? You also have to play Valor sometime. I'm playing with Carlos on Friday, Nona. Are you not playing? Go bug him. Because I'm playing with Carlos on Friday. You can. Why are you not playing? No. Damn. That's sad. Okay, next time. We'll organize again where we can play all together. But yes, I have we've been pretty lucky with the Golden Troop. These pieces were also just we're organized. Yeah, we'll organize next time. You'll be with me. Yee! Kevin. Again, yes. Moment of pride and joy. She's wonderful. She's great. Also, I think I should. I forgot what the name of the website is that you use to see the ranking. I need to open Discord and check. I think you sent it to me, Kev, once. 1 second. I don't wanna expose mine and Kev's dialogue back and forth. Forgot the name. Kev is always right. Akasha, thank you. I don't remember. I think it should open automatically on mine. Yay. Look at her. Look at the beauty and grace. She even has some EM. My previous build has 0 EM. Somehow. You are in many sub. Kevin is just great. And I think not always right in Valor. Yeah, you're not right in Valor, but the rest, yes. In the rest, we trust. Whew. Damn, I know. 800 ping killjoy. Fair point. Hey, fair point. Where am I? What did I press on? I think here. We started watching this. Today we were just talking about, let me go here for a moment and let me open my notes. Yes, I have a food document with notes. Why? I am insane. Welcome. I don't want to scroll too much because I guess spoilers? Not really. I think most people are gonna be fine and it's not spoilers. I guess it's just spoilers for Dagany, which I think she's on a break now. You're gonna recuperate with the bot, okay? Just when playing, you were right. In your POV, the ping just made it wrong. Yeah, the ping is bad, okay? Because I sometimes play in the US server and just 100 ping is brutal. Wow, Liyue spoilers 4 years later. Also today we realized that some people had never seen the like trailer for the trailer for Genshin. Like there's people that play Genshin that had never seen the trailer for it. Let me close this thing as well. Damn, this is blinding the fuck out of me. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep it open. I know the trailer by heart. To be fair, I watched it for the first time after playing Fontaine. Because I didn't know that certain characters were like already there before the game even started. And I was like, why do people know that? Why do people? No, it was right before Fontaine came out. Because like, why do people know that about like Linnea and Lynette, for example? They were showing pictures. I was like, what the fuck is happening? And there was a whole ass trailer. So we're basically going from the perspective right now of the story of someone that has never played the game, doesn't play the game. We've established what the Fatui are a little bit, and what the Gnosis are, what the Visions are, a little bit about Celestia, tiny bit of the Abyss, but like we're at Mondstat level now. So we're starting from that, and also, as always, because now we're joined by people that have played the game, because right now I was really just talking to people that basically had never played the game, but 100 is considered bad. Yes, Kev. I'm used to 20 ping. What was I saying again? My brain got distracted. I'm so sorry. 1000th time. Now that we have some people that know a bit of lore, or at least have played the game, if you guys have any cutscenes and things that you want me to sprinkle in, feel free to do so. I do like to have the entire playlist of the region's cutscenes to go back and forth while I'm yapping. Because I will be yapping. Then we're good. I'll go back to the clip that we were watching about the Rite of the Ascension for a little bit. The Chasm cutscene. Oh my god, yeah. I don't know if we're going to go in the Chasm, because the Chasm happens after Inazuma, and we're not touching Inazuma yet. We're gonna do the upside down, the statue, basically. The first traveler also discovered that Dane quests are actually called traveler quests. I didn't know till yesterday, but at 2:30 a.m. I started researching it. Also, for some reason, I rewatched the entirety of a playthrough of the Chasm quest to then not talk about it today. It's lovely. Xiao should have died, and don't bring that in. There's people. Well, to be fair, I'm like, let's avoid spoilers. 90% of the people here know what I'm talking about. And the people that don't, I'm not gonna remember by the time that I do the second part, where we go through Inazuma, the Chasm quest, and Sumeru. Also, I don't know how we'll summarize Sumeru, because this is so long. It is it's unbearably long. But without further ado.
Whoa, look at all the people!
I'm just gonna replay it for a little bit. We just started. Said, oh, go to the Rite of Ascension. Talk to the Morax. Talk to the Archon of Geo. And I will be just Dasher. Oh my god, Dasher. How the fuck am I gonna talk about? Maesliff is gonna be my one true god.
We can't see squat back here.
20 minutes per region. I just talked about an hour about Mondstat. I think an hour of region is gonna be, because I do watch a video that is about 20 minutes in the middle.
The hour is upon us.
I don't remember anything either. So we're going through the main quest now. I'm not going through all of it. Like, it's impossible to go all of it, okay? There is the Genshin, like, full story, like, movie thing that someone has made, which arrives to Inazuma, I think. And I'm so sad that no one made it again. Oh my god, I just realized, just 1 second. Listen to the crowd sound effect. That sound is literally a preset effect. That's a stock sound, exactly. It's so fucking fun. The fact I didn't realize so now also, yeah, it's something like that. Give me a second. I'm sad that the basically dragon form is out and the resident dragon lady isn't here, but she'll see you later. Budget is really not. Listen, they didn't have any budget here. What the hell's an iguana? Bro, an iguana is so cool.
have been killed. Seal the exits.
Of course, because
Can we?
of course, because we're travelers, we're basically suspect number 1, and so we have to try and escape. And we go to the next cutscene.
But can we even get out of here
I'm
safely?
getting confused. Oh my sorry by the name. But there, it isn't the one with Lumina, so we don't get the hi girl, hey girly. No, this is how we meet our husband. Rita's husband.
There's nowhere to run.
Hey, buddy, hold still.
It's just not Mr. 6% himself. Mr. No Crit. He is Mr. No Crit. Bro, the fact that he doesn't say hey girly is so sad.
Hey, buddy, hold
Hey,
still.
buddy. It's not as good.
Stop! Stop!
Come with me.
So this bitch shows up and saves our ass, basically. Me. Saves you platonically. Okay, so let me go through a bit, because otherwise I'm gonna be slacking, because now there is people that know Genshin, but I need to make sure that I go into a flow. Which means I need to have my document open with my notes and my things that happened, because I don't remember. So Child, the bitch you just saw, just saves us. He is a Fatui. He reveals that he's Fatui Harbinger. He is the 11th, so he's the last one. Same as Signora. We've met one of the Harbingers, which is Signora. She's the 8th. They're based on basically their power, strength. I think it's like strength level. Correct me if I'm wrong. He could have said girly pop for Ether. He could have said girly anyways for Ether. Let's be honest. He reveals his identity. And then offers to help because they're trying basically to find out who the fuck killed the god. The fuck is happening there? And he offers to help. He guides us. He guides the Traveler and Paimon to the Northland Bank and advises them to tries to advise them to, let's try and win the favor of the Adepti to prove their innocence. So we gain the Sigil of Protection. I don't know the cutscenes now. I'm trying to remember what cutscenes are later. I'll be honest. I'm trying to see if we have any cutscenes that will help. Okay, we have them. I'm gonna go back, sorry. Meep, meep, meep. Basically, the first thing that we have to do. A lot of political power, I think. Yeah, it's basically the amount of power they have. It's not necessarily power in the sense of I am big, strong, man. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Also, elephant in the room, elbow injury. I'm in physical therapy. I got scotch taped up, so holding my arm completely straight hurts because this bitch holds my muscle together. Sorry, because wanted to explain why the fuck I'm taped up like this. Back to the notes. As again, we want to get the power of the Adepti. The Adepti are, as I was trying to explain a little bit, I said very briefly, they are a a group of the fuck, I forgot who they are. Basically, those are the Adepti are a group. There are an like a fucking guiding organ from the Archon, from the Archon to guide the nation, basically. And they're not necessarily the Archon itself. They're protectors, like the Four Winds. Okay. The sub-gods of Liyue, they're the protectors, like the winds in Mondstat. So, the Valen, the fucking eagle, the wolf of the north, all that group. Basically, the Adepti have the same exact value of protection, of protectors for Liyue, for the era of Liyue. Thank you. Sub-gods, exactly. So what we have to do to basically be like, hey, we didn't kill him, we have to go talk to the Adepti. We are given a sigil of protection from Child, and of course the Traveler and the Archon go out to seek the Adepti. They're very living folklore figures, exactly. There is a line of them. We have Mooncarver, which is actually the first one we meet, and he agrees to speak after they defeat the Millelith. After we defeat the Millelith, we start talking to Mooncarver. He discovers in that moment, hey, Rexlapis is dead. Your Archon is dead. And he then is like, okay, let me direct you to the other Adepti, Xiao, Cloud Retainer, and Mounter Shaper. Xiao is, let me give you some, I don't remember where the fuck Mooncarver was in Liyue. Give me a moment. Meep, 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 meep. Xiao is always in Wangshu Inn. So Xiao is also canonically so tall and short at the same time. You don't need to see the entirety of my notes. Give me a moment so I open the thing. But we can grab the...
That's it.
Cutscene. Back here. We go to Wangshu Inn and we try to meet Cat IRL. Just trying to say, huh? I'm short? Bitch. Huh? To be fair, yes, I am not tall. But also Kevin is also not tall, so... Sorry, we're back here. I'll be back to the cutscene where we see. Goddamn, shout for the first time.
Here?
Fuck you. Fuck you, I had to write it as well.
To the blind, everything may not be as it appears.
Fucking emo ass. So, the first Adepti that we have to meet is an emo ass bitch. Calm down, Kuromi. Okay, I take that. Emo ass bitch over here.
They say that when Lady needs...
I forgot that was the entirety of the cutscene with Zhao, but basically, let me go back to my notes. Basically, we meet Xiao, we find him at the Wangshu Inn. Basically, he's super like emo, grungy boy, being like, I am so sad, so emo. I'm so sad, no one understands me. Softens up because we give him almond tofu. And he's like, oh, I like that. And a satisfying salad. He's just dead Howl. And if you don't know the context, you weren't here for the previous stream, there is some lore with Kevin and Dan Howell that I'm not going to go more into. But yes, kind of. Like, you circa like 2012 to like 2015, Dan Howell has some of a Zhao vibe, but I feel like Dan Hao was a little bit less pretentious. Xiao is very pretentious, okay? He basically, we talked to him, we're like, hey, Rex Lapis is dead. He's like, oh yeah, that's a problem. Okay, yeah, you have my support, I guess. And then we're like, okay, let's go to the next one. We go to a Mountain Shaper, which is... What is he? I forgot what shape he takes. But he's like, okay, let's go to Mondstat. He, of course, Mountain Shaper first attacks the group and is like, hey, don't really like that. He attacks the group because we freed some people that were just stuck in Amber, like 2 siblings that went there and that were going to Mondstat to ask for protection. And then he explains, after attacking us, he's like, yeah, you broke the thing that I use to protect myself from intruders, the Ambers. We kind of just yap with him a bit. And we get, if I'm not mistaken, we get the cutscene. I forgot if this cutscene is now. I'm going to quickly check because I forgot the cutscene that we're about. Like the cutscene that we just seen. Forgot about it. So I'm going to quickly do one of a little scroll for myself. No, this is about Ningguang. It's fully just about Ningguang. I do think that it is Mountain Shaper that gives this lore, but I think it's useful lore to know. It's a bit of an explanation on the character that you saw earlier that was doing the this lore. It's okay. Yeah, it's been so long.
They say...
Because I think it's Mountain Shaper that actually gives us some context of what the Chinche is, which again, as I was explaining earlier, you have... I straight up don't recall this cutscene. Yeah, me neither. I don't remember everything. I'm pretty good at remembering the cutscenes at least, because I rewatched the cutscenes, okay? I like them. They're cinematic. I like them. I think this is when we find out what the Chinche is, as like the human state organ that guides Liyue. So you have Rex Lapis Archon, you have the Adepti, which again, they're like, yeah, folklore figures, they're like the protectors that basically do the Archon's will, while the Archon is not ascended in the world because he doesn't act directly there. He only comes down, is it once a year? I think the Ascension Rite is once a year. And then you have the Chinche, which is the human guiding force, which will take even more presence when we go to the interlude afterwards. But I think this is important for the following stories. I think the Act 3 is very important to
that when Lady Ningguang ponders important affairs, she retreats to her jade chamber with none but her 3 closest confidants in tow. Why brings she these trusted 3 to sift through sources, dig through documents, looking for information? Piece by piece, facts and figures paint a picture on the walls of the chamber. But well before the wall is filled, Lady Ningguang's mind is made up. Having made her call, she has every last document shredded, and whoosh, she scatters the shavings out her window. Ah, look at them, how they billow in the wind like a sudden swirling lizard.
Oh no, this is after.
As the fragments fall, traces of text flicker before the eyes of the merchants of Liyue, like ink stains in white snow. The saying goes, the rarest treasures in the land are the words brought by the paper snow. For the words of the Tianquan have the power to move mountains, and all throughout the land know it.
This actually should have come later. That's my bad, but it gives a bit more context on the Jade Chamber and Ningguang. Ningguang is the lead. Oh, 1 second. Opening my notes again. Is the lead of the Qixing. So kind of important, but yeah, no, this comes a bit, it would come a bit later. Actually, there's not many cuts. I just realized there's an entire basically act where you don't get any cutscenes. But yes, after talking to blah blah blah, where is it? Mountain Shaper. We go to Cloud Retainer, which then becomes a playable character, but we don't know that, and she's just a big green bird, green and white bird, blue, green. It's a bit of a, I don't know, an aqua color bird. We go to Mount Ak. Listen, I can't pronounce it. I can't pronounce it. I'm gonna show you in game where we go, because I cannot say it. Like, I try, okay? I put my whole ass self in it to try and say it, but I don't remember it. Where the fuck am I going? Do I remember where it is? I don't remember where it is. Wait, I don't remember. I know the name. I don't remember where it is. Give me a moment. Aocang. Listen, my dyslexia sometimes hits verbally, and I cannot read that. Okay. It's this. We go here. Okay? We go there. That's where we go to find Cloud Retainer. Okay, I wanted to take you over there. Old song. Beep 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 beep. Here. Welcome in, Callie. Thank you for the follow. Also, I forgot to fucking press escape, so Novella was still descending over there. We go to Cloud Retainer, spins off the cliff. I accidentally did not have my hand on W. I just sprinted. The problem is he was facing us. Hey, I fucked up there. So we start creating an offering of food. There is a little lake. We have to create 3 offerings of food, fill the table, sit down, and then after gave her the food tribute, we have to go into her domain. We solve puzzles, and then we are able to talk to Cloud Retainer. She's of course infuriated by Rex's death, but she accepts their offering as a symbol of a contract, and she agrees to not attack them. We meet Mother. She really is Mother. I love her. We're gonna slowly in-game also meet her, the people that she trained. Now, why can I not remember the name? Apprentices. Thank you. Her apprentices, which are Ganyu, which she's part of the Liyue Qixing, and then we're gonna meet Shenhe later in the interlude, which we're gonna finish with the interlude most likely. Yes, we finish with the interlude. Okay. Again, we've got the favor of all of them. So after gaining the approval of the 3 Adepti, we go to Child, we report back, and he reveals that the Qixing is hiding the body and is denying all access to the body. So Paimon mentions that they're searching for the seven, for all of the 7 to find out what happened to our sibling, because every person that we talk to that has a little bit of importance, there's gonna be a moment where we're like, hey, we're looking for our sibling. Of course, at this point, we as a player have seen our sibling being called the prince or the princess based on who your traveler is. Of course, I play as Lumine, so in my brain, it's the traveler is Lumine, but the traveler is sibling for clarity reasons. And Paimon mentions that we're searching for the 7. Child shows interest in the premise and starts to think about arranging a meeting with, a contract, with, think about a contract after some time, after the time boils down. How often do you do lore recaps? We continue after some time. If so, time when we do Archon Quest, main quest. So I always do Archon Quest and main quest. The recap today is a bit of an exception. It's the first time I do a recap. I think I will do them like every other week, I think it would be good. I don't think I can do it I don't know if I can do it next week, but we're doing 2 regions at a time. I'll also make sure that this is on my YouTube. I'm currently also streaming it there, which is for the people that are watching here and don't want to miss things. If you get ads and stuff, like please sub, because I need to put food on the table, and you know. Here I can do it. I can't do it over there. But if you don't want to miss parts and you don't want ads, you can find it over there. But yeah, I'm still planning. This is the first time. I'll try and make sure that I have at least a week of preparation to make the next one. But I'll try to make it more often because it's fun to do. And also it's fun because I can bring in people that don't play this game, that know maybe more about, you know, Norse mythology and stuff like that, because even earlier, Manu dropped some Norse mythology stuff that connected very well to Mondstat. So yeah, thanks. No problem. We go to Act 2 of Chapter 1, which is, hey, so he's dead. So after we update Child on the Adepti, he introduces the Traveler to Zhongli, which is a consultant for the Wangshu funeral parlor, and tasks us to help prepare the farewell for Rex Lapis, so his funeral. Zhongli offers to help the Traveler go see Rex's body. They give him a name. I don't remember the name, and I don't want to currently read through my entire notes to find it. But before we are able to see the dead body and think about examining it and finding out what happened, we're like, hey, we need to gather the traditional items first. And the funding, of course, is provided by Child because he has money. He has Fatui money. Zhongli is canonically very broke, and I ship them. So, hey, if you don't want them to be shipped, leave, because I will. All the gay and lesbian ships are all here to stay in my heart. Okay. Going back to it. So I'm trying to remember the specific offers are the Noctilus Jade, which is a specific type of jade, and we need to go visit the Jade Mystery to sample different tests, and the way we test them is by using a cooking pot in the gorge, and then we try to purchase the best one, trying to basically bargain a little bit to get a discount after revealing that it is for Rex Lapis's death. Then it is perfume coming from the silk flowers from, do I have written the name? I have, from Bolai. The Traveler goes to consult the local perfumer and tries and has to try and craft 3 of these perfumes that then needs to be offered to a statue of the 7. It's difficult for me to remember. Okay, I've tried my best. And then you have the cleansing bell, which we need to talk to our wonderful, beautiful Madame Ping, which is, we don't know it yet, she's secretly an Adeptus as well, and she basically gives us access to her teapot domain to retrieve that said bell. Once we've squished all of this together, this is the final, we have the final preparations, and basically we collect everything. We talk to Zhongli. He collects kites that are needed from Granny Shan, which the legend, the one, the myth, the method, Granny Shan, which is always there, always selling ceremonial kites. I don't know how many fucking ceremonial kites people need to buy. Like, how many people died and then how Madame Cuntiness Pink. We love Madame Ping, okay? We love her. She also has her own children, you know, Yanfei, Yaya. We love her. One and true love. hopefully playable. She will be a playable character, and we will have her. Hopefully. Okay, so after we've collected everything, we are tasked to go to hire some workers using the morale from Child. We go and talk to Child, which tries to trade more information for access to the Norland Bank vaults. The Traveler, though, refuses because we're like, bitch, I'm not opening the vault for you. I can't do that. And of course, he's like, fuck you, bitch. Fair point. We're sent to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get Everlasting Incense, which I think is the last thing that we're needed. We talk to our wonderful, glorious Chi-Chi. I love Chi-Chi. You need to understand that I love her in-game. I don't have a copy of her, okay? I don't care about her. You know, I pulled the Chi-Chi whole thing, but I love Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's a zombie. And she's like, hey, can you, like, go hunt a Coco Goat in Gizon Ballista? We repaired the Ballista. We fire it. And then we realized that Coco Goats are not a thing. And she just thought that Coco Goats make coconut milk and not coconuts. We talked to Baiju, which is the owner of the pharmacy, and is like, hey, I'll give you the instance for the 3 million mora. And we asked Child, and he's like, okay, fair. And I'll send the coconut milk too. Child is our pocket. He's being our sugar daddy for the day. We're just fucking emptying his pockets. And then he's basically just entertained because we were like, hey, we're looking for Coco Goats. We then discovered that, yeah, they don't exist. And she was looking for coconut milk. She thought it was going to be Coco Goats. I'm going to sleep. I'll watch the video. Okay. Have a good night, Manu. And then he basically looks at us and is like, oh, that's funny. That's funny. I'll give you money. And we're like, yeah, we need 3 million. And he's like, yes, and also let me send some coconut milk to the child. And then in this moment we go to love you. Have a good night. Have a good night. This is fun for me. I'm just yapping. You're just hearing the sound of my voice today, chat. I'm sorry about that. Child secretly learns that the Qixing has hidden where the Qixing has hidden Rex Lapis's body, which is in the Golden House. And Zhongli reflects on the right preparation, invites the Traveler to meet him at the 3rd round knockout. To hear the tale of Ningguang, we've just seen the cutscene, which is basically being like, hey, so she's the smartest, richest woman ever. She has her own floating jade chamber in the sky. And after she plans the entire projection for the year, for investments and everything, she snows it down on town and people are basically fucking fighting to get it. Which is great. In that moment, Ganyu arrives and invites the Traveler to the Jade Chamber to be able to talk to Ningguang. Zhongli tells us, bitch, accept, because it is like, it is very, very good for you. People are pining for it. Did you not just see the story time about it? Shut the fuck up. We love yapping here. Oh, we do. So we go and meet in the Jade Chamber. After our invitation, Paimon and us, we just go up through Jade Chamber. There is a little mishap in the Gizon Ballista, so it leads a bit to a small fight with the Middle-list. But they're stopped by Qixing, who recognizes us as the guest from Ningguang. Qixing is also another, so Qixing and as well as Ganyu are both part of the Qixing. I think they're secretaries, don't remember, but basically main people that we need to remember. Ningguang is basically at the lead of the Qixing, then you have Qixing, and then you have Why do I keep forgetting Ganyu's name? This poor woman doesn't deserve my slander, honestly. I just get a new cryo DPS, I get Skirk, and I forget Ganyu ever existed. To be fair, I never had her, so. I didn't bench her, I never had her. I never got her, I never wanted her. She's never been on field anyways. So, we remember that there is a tradition of gift giving, so we're like, let's prepare a slime-based snack for Ningguang. Let's just bring her slimes. She accepted. She shares insights about the gods, archons, the Fatuis, and everything. She's like, it's content that we've already seen. We're gonna go through a bit later in the video, where in the background video for the for Liyue, and we're gonna see a bit more context around it. I don't want to go too in depth because I'm tired of the flavor of my own voice too. We start preparing the rite. So what we do is we meet with Zhongli, we gather gaze lilies, we sing to some plants, we sing to some plants, we get attacked by whooper flowers, we get frozen to shit most of the time, because by this time, usually, you're weak as fuck when it comes to characters. Then you talk to Ganyu. She reveals that she is part Adepti. And that's it. That's all the contents you need there, to be fair. We find out that she is an apprentice specifically of Cloud Retainer. We then return to Liyue Harbor, where there's a lot of tension between the Adepti and the Qixing. There's a lot of tension. Just destroy it. Whereas now we just destroy every enemy. Yeah, we don't talk about my floor 12 run that we had before we started talking about any lore. We just don't talk about it, but we get 33 stars. It's fine. Hey, I do believe that my account could 36 stars, probably. Do I have the patience? No. I don't. Now I'll put that in my pocket. So basically the city is kind of cracking down on the fact that there are shit ton of Fatui around and that child is a Fatui. Zhongli needs to go aid Hu Tao, which she is the owner of Wangshu Funeral Parlor. And we're basically just left alone and we're like, we're kind of worried where the fuck child is. And he's a little sketchy. So we're like, he's been looking for the body. We find out we just been told he's in the Golden House. So maybe let's go to the Golden House, because I think he's gonna be trying something. We find out the child is we know already the child is Fatui. We know that the previous Fatui encounter we had is when La Signora stole the Gnosis from Venti. So the fuck is gonna happen? So we go to the Golden House. We battle with Child, he of course uses his delusion on us, and he transforms. Is it Foul Legacy? I think it is Foul Legacy into Tartaglia. Foul Legacy transformation. My bro basically does a magical girl transformation. We love him for that. I'm not gonna go forward because I want to show you the cutscene for that, because I think it will be good. Show you the cutscene for that. Bro, I need the most I need the cuntiest 2009 to 2012 pop in the background if I try to 36 star the Abyss, because I need that. I need the hype. Okay, I need the safety net.
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get.
Show me that magical girl transformation.
Didn't think you had that card hidden up your...
You do the basing complete. You're insane. Yes, I do watch. I watch Red Nas mostly.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected!
Leave the dead body alone, you
Well
fucking
then,
bitch.
I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now.
You just said fuck you, basically.
I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You
So basically we're like, hey, there's no Gnosis.
You
Calm
beat
down.
me to it, didn't you?
Magical girl transformation. Magical girl transformation. Look at him.
Not bad.
Believe it. There's the wings.
This is going to cost you.
Oh. Go floor. We basically second phase him now. So, of course, we gotta fight this bitch. He believes that we have the Gnosis. Spoiler alert, we don't have the Gnosis. We don't know where the Gnosis is. So we have to fucking beat this bitch up. While we're fighting, though, we defeat him. He's, of course, unable to get the Gnosis. So he opens his backup plan, which is... let me get the counterfeit sigil of permission to unseal Osial, which is an ancient god that just lives in the sea that was defeated by Rex Lapis. And we're like, oh, and he's like, hey, because he was tormenting Liyue, let's get back to it. So we basically have to unite the Adepti, the Qixing, and the Millilith to stop the beast. During, of course, the battle, we have to enable the famous Genshin Ballista, which we fixed like 7 times at this point, and using blessings to then beat Osial. It's a bit too overwhelming, and so in the final act, Ningguang is like, good night, my lovers, good night, my friends. Let me drop this entire fucking floating island onto you. And she basically just crushes Osial. I know I could have just showed you the clip, but I think it's good if I premise. And then we watch one of the most fucking goated ass scenes in the entirety of the game. Oh my god, I love this scene so much. It is not even funny at this point. Let me go through this. Sorry, I went backwards a bit. Here we have the cutscene of also when Osial is unsealed. It includes that section as well. I don't know, I want to include as many cutscenes as we can because I do love Liyue's cutscenes, honestly. Liyue is just so good, guys. Honestly, if I think back to it, I'm like, this is so peak.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Twink ass bitch. Evil ass twink.
He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
Goddamn Jade Chamber. Hello, Osial. Then we... Okay. Sorry. Wanted to pause in time, but I didn't have the time. Again, the Qixing allies with the Adepti, and the Millilith, which is the military prison. And now this is honestly one of the best. I'm gonna show you one of my favorite actually, I'm gonna show you later my favorite cutscene for like most of the game. Not all of it. There is a better cutscene. But wait for it. This is so fucking good. And this bitch is a 4-star character. Why did they make her a 4-star, honestly? Madame Ping in the background. She just walks. Everyone floats, flies up, and then there's just Madame Ping who just walks there. Of course, in the meanwhile, the Fatui come and bother, so we gotta help it.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
Of course, our boyfriend Zhao comes and saves us.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
Yeah, no, it is the
Jade
first.
Chamber.
Love Mondstat, but
What is
no.
the meaning of this?
This is what put me, like, I was like, oh, I'm gonna obsess over this game.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
With our doll blade. Let's go. Just 2 girls and a doll blade. You may say that that's how the entire quest ends, but no. And no, there's another section. Because of course, we're like, okay, so we've killed a giant fucking beast that tried to kill us. We're like, okay, peace is restored. We have the rite of parting. That's done. We finish it. Funeral. Done. We find Jean-Li on the Northland Bank. And he's speaking with Signora and Chayo. They're like, the fuck is going on? He looks at it and is like, you know the Brax Lapis, Morax funeral we just did? Yeah, I am actually the Geo Archon. I'm not dead. I just orchestrated this death because I wanted to check if Liyue could just govern itself without him. Without me, am I needed? I don't think I'm needed. And he's like, you know, as part of the agreement. And he's like, hey, the agreement I had is that they needed to help me act dead. And, you know, he's like, I just, you know, I talked to the Tsaritsa, girly pop, boss of the Fatui. And it's like, I just needed to give her my gnosis. So here she is. And he's like, I'm no longer a god. Bye. So we look at him like, what, you, huh? We did all of that and you were still alive and you could have saved us from Osile the entire time. It's like, I was testing it. So at the ceremony, we declined our reward from Kaching and asked to post missing posters for our sibling. And we speak again with Zhongli. We learn about our next destination, which is Inazuma, and that it has been sealed off by the Archon Ball. I fully forgot Raiden, which is Raiden, and she has also set up an Archon Hunt decree, so people that have a vision. Did I say Archon Hunt decree instead of Vision Hunt decree? A Vision Hunt decree. So people that have visions get their vision taken away, and the entry would be very difficult, but we're encouraged to go forward once again. And with that, the main Archon quest of Liyue is closed, ladies and gentlemen. We've gotten to the end. Don't you think it's the end? Because we have a traveler quest. Because we have, for the first time, our first traveler quest, where we meet our lovely Dainsliff, and we get finally some contact with our sibling. So we are basically just, Ganyu just sends us on a fucking commission. She's like, hey, there's a bunch of treasure hoarders that are stealing shit from the Abyss Order in the ruins. And we're like, let's try and figure it out. We go and explore, and in the domain that we're sent into in the ruins, we find a defiled statue of Barbados, and the body of a thief that is like just attached there, like praying. Then we basically get attacked by an Abyss Herald, who then retreats, of course, blah, blah, blah. Okay, 1 second. No, I'm missing a piece. Chat, I keep missing a piece of the story, which is bugging me, because I have realized in my notes that I keep missing parts. I'm missing our first meeting with Dainsliff, so I am gonna just quickly open this up, because I am very annoyed that we're missing a part of it. Because my notes got corrupted. The file got corrupted. So give me a second. Meep. It is the prologue part, World Quest, where we meet this fucking bitch. Chapter 1. Act. It is a fucking prologue. Why the fuck will it not come out? Okay. Did I find it? No. I hate when I prepare for things and then things don't exist anymore. I can't find the quest where we meet Dainsliff. Dainsliff, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. First quest. Bookkeeping Dainsliff. Yes. I know. Goddamn. Yeah, that's basically, we basically just go and talk to Catherine in Mondstat. We go and ask around and basically ask because they seen a stranger. She asks us to explore to find out more about the stranger. They tell us he's in the tavern, so we go talk to him in the tavern. He's sitting on the first floor. Hi, bud. How are you? Wait, what time is it? Oh, it's midnight. Damn. Welcome in. He is talking. He is in the second floor, the first floor of the tavern, and we find the stranger. Didn't think it would be happening when I had a job. Nice. Yeah, that's true. Nice. How are you, bud? I'm trying to fucking figure out why the fuck. There's a stranger that has come to the city. We should ask for his help and meet him at the Angel Share Tavern. The man introduces himself as Danelif. We finally find Danelif. He accepts the request and asks only for like 500 mora for 3 questions in return. And then we head, as he said, to the Temple of the Falcon to track down the Abyss Order. Once basically we go to track down the Abyss Herald, we find the there are monsters inside of the temple, but they're already defeated, and we decide to look for more traces of the Herald in Wolfdom. Forgot it was all about the Herald. So we keep going to find the Herald, but it's what the fuck? Why can I not find a good? I need to find a good summary for this piece because it's very bad not to have it. I'll be honest. I think it would be better if I just had the summary open because I can't find it and I don't remember this quest now, basically. But I think it's basically that's the main thing. We just go, we find, oh, they're already defeated. We need to find the Herald. We need to find the missing Abyss Herald. Then we try and find we use the current to go upwards with the glider. We just find the, we just find some Ruin Guard traces to go explore with him a bit more. But there's not much more content, which kind of annoys me. Why the fuck can I not find... It's annoying because usually there is a summary for these kind of quests, and it's easy for me to like, hey, I just realized I don't have this open. Let me go check. No. Nah. Absolutely not. I don't want a storyline preview. I'm trying to fucking find why the fuck I can't find it. Well, I hate it. Why did I prepare and now things are missing? I hate this quest, honestly. But I think it was just that, like the first, if I don't remember incorrectly, like the first time we actually meet Danelif is Mondstat, we just meet him and everybody's like, I'm just gonna keep looking for the Ruin Guard traces and that's it. And then we meet again outside of the ruins with Danelif after we meet with Danelif, then we go to the Adventurers Guild in Liyue, then we find Ganyu and Lan. Ganyu tells us, hey, the treasure hoarders are stealing things from the Abyss Order. And we try and we go to the ruins. We find that while we're inside, we find that everyone is dead, and we find like a dead thief in front of the statue. He's just stuck there, and then the Abyss Hero intercepts us, but he basically just fucking teleports away. We go outside of the ruin where we meet Daisif again, the traveler we just tell him basically about the inverted statue and the dead thief. Daisif is usually, it's kind of surprise, but he knows that the abyss is probably connected to it, and he proposes to catch up to the abyss and try to defeat them and gather some information from them. After defeating the abyss, Daisif starts talking about Karya, and we start having a bit of memories of regaining a bit of memories regarding the that fallen nation. We start to regain it. Then Leaf keeps kind of talking about it, explains that it was a nation without gods, not because they were dead or they were abandoned, but because there was never really a god in Kandia. They never had an Archon, never had a god to guide. He then reveals that basically rune guards are modern names for what used to be filters, which used to be weapons that used to be used for in that Kandia basically spread throughout Tevat for no real reason other than just to cause death and chaos. And after we defeat some abyss mages later on in the story, Daisif begins to translate a talisman that is found that comes from the abyss, and it's revealed that the first phase of the abyss order plan is about Osio specifically, who we've already fought. A perennial lore dropper. He just comes in, gives us some lore, and then leaves. So that we've already fought, as we saw earlier, we saw the cutscene. For some reason, I hate that I haven't found, don't have the notes from this. Also, I'll be honest, I have the worst memory for Daisif quests because they're not followed through. You see him once a year, he gives you some lore and leaves. I forget when I've discovered it. This has been a while ago. I forgot that even the way I met him. That's why I had to go fucking Google it, because I forgot completely. I fully forgot the notes about it. An entire section, I didn't write it. Forgot that we met him in Mondstat. Hey. I remember that we met him in Liyue, but I didn't remember him in Mondstat for some reason. So, again, so the Abyss Order is planning to attach Osael's limbs to the statue. Weird ass fucking bitches. The fuck do you mean? The limbs from a being to an upside down set. The fuck are you talking about? And then they wanted to use the eye of the first filter to place it in the orb instead of the orb that usually the statue of the seventh hold, to construct basically a fake god, a mechanized god. We're gonna talk more about mechanical gods in the future. He just sat in some random place in Mondstat. He was just sitting in the tavern. We talked to Catherine. She's like, oh, there's a stranger. Go find them in the tavern. We go talk to him, and he's like, okay, let's go to the Temple of the Falcon. Let's find some mages. There is a statue there. There is a statue. What the fuck did we say? Oh no, there is a herald that attacks us. Then we get out of it. Then the herald disappears. We get out of it. We start following. We were like, oh, let's follow some traces. We go to Wolfdom, and then he's like, oh, I found a brewing graders. I'm just gonna go. That's it. That's the entirety of the prologue that we find him in, which technically, like, lore wise, when I was looking at the order, is right before this part that we meet him in Liyue. The fuck? Okay, let's not go through it more. So yeah, they were trying to create this mechanized god. It's not the last time we're gonna hear about them creating a mechanized god. So the traveler, we basically suggest, hey, let's go ask at the Favonius Cathedral for some information. Basically, we go to we go there. We avoid completely talking about the defiled statue because they would go insane. You don't tell the nuns that there is a statue of their god that is upside down and defiled. Let's not. So they basically confirmed. We talked to Barbara. She's like, oh yeah, there is a missing statue. If you don't remember Barbara is the idle nun. That's the best description I could give her, honestly. She also tells us basically that there is about a tyrant's final fury, which is a phenomenon that basically when people approach Old Mondstadt, they are basically attacked by missiles, and they stopped recently. We then talked to our wonderful Rosaria, which informs us that that the Abyss Order is now attacking Wolfdom, and we go with Dainsleif. We go there. We find Boreas, which is Andreas, the shadow of Andreas. We ask him for information, but when we arrived and we first meet Boreas, we actually just find the Herald there again, same fucking Herald, and he's once more like doing a corrupting ritual. We interrupt the ritual. Herald leaves again. We cannot talk to this bitch. Boreas, and then of course Wolfboy Razor is also there because of course he's there. Boreas, so Razor is there, and they thank us because we've to save him. We ask about the first field tiller. Boreas doesn't fucking know. He's like, why would I be cared? He knows that there was like some time ago a machine that entered, but like he's like, eh. He basically just fought the machine and then left. He's like, why the fuck would I care about the machine? I don't know. He's just a shadow. He doesn't care. So, we return to Dainsleif. We tell them about whatever Andreas. I hate calling him Boreas because in my brain now he's Andreas. With the information that we gather from Boreas and Barbara, we basically are like, probably the filter is the tyrant's final fury. What we were talking about, we know there is like, it must be that weird statue that we've seen. There must be a weird statue in the Stormtearer's lair. We go, of course, to the building. We realize the Abyss Order is trying to find a romancer to distract the eye out of this first field tiller. Field tiller is a very fucking difficult name for me to say for some reason. And they're probably using their way to extract that out. And he basically takes it into custody to make sure that we extract it. We're like, hey, let's keep it. Dainsleif is protecting it. Then we see the first ever Ruin Guard. Yeah, this is now the quest that we find the first ever Ruin Guard. And we're like, hey, we should destroy the Defile statue as well, just in case. We go back to the ruins, and Dainsleif is like, oh, there's a herald here. Of course, he attacks us with mages because, oh my god, how many mages and heralds together have we found? And they're always cryo and hydro. They're always painful as hell to fight. The herald, of course, is like, we clash, and then they're like, I'm too strong. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take the portal and go. He's, of course, stopped by Dainsleif, who uses, like, magic to basically just choke him out and be like, hey, no, you're not going everywhere. He is stopped, basically, by someone's sword coming from the portal. As the smoke clears, we just are like, huh? It's our sibling, which we've seen at the end of Mondstadt in the last cutscene that, not in the last cutscene, in the middle of the cutscene, while they were talking to the Dvalin, to the poisoned Dvalin, that our sibling is called the prince or the princess from an Abyss Mage. So we're like, so we already knew, but this is the first time the Traveler, so us in game, the MC is like, that's my sib. Why the fuck are you with the Abyss? I've been trying to search you this entire time. You could have just popped out of nowhere. The fuck? So the sibling asks us like, why are you with Dainsleif? The fuck? Surprisingly enough, basically Dainsleif also knows them. They're like, yeah, no, we're buddies. We know them. Dainsleif, we find out Dainsleif is the Twilight Sword. He used to be one of the royal guards in Cambria, and he basically failed to protect Cambria, and so he was given the curse of immortality like everyone else. So as we had explained earlier during Mondstat, yeah, after the cataclysm, they're like, now you're immortal. That's it. But most of them have become, Hill Trolls have become some of the basic enemies that we're against. Meanwhile, some people do remain as human, even though they have that curse of immortality. He has a ring that protects him, protects his body so it doesn't deteriorate. I think we find out that at a certain point in a quest. I don't remember. But yeah, so we do try and insist to our sibling, like, hey, let's go together. The sibling refuses. They're like, I need to fulfill this my role with the Abyss. I have a role, and this is a word that they have with, I don't remember how they say it, but like, they're like, this is a word that I have to fight till the end. And basically they're like, we will tell you the truth, and you will find out the truth after you finish your travel, after you finish traveling the entire world, which is something that comes up every time we talk to our sibling and we meet our sibling from now on. It's like, you just need to get to the end of your journey. You just need to get to the end of the journey. And we're like, what the fuck does that mean? So the Herald opens up another portal. The sibling leaves with them. Dainsleif just fucking bolts in. We try and run, and we just are like, we can't enter. I am now very depressed, and we just leave very depressed, and we keep being very depressed for a little while. We try, of course, we have Paimon that cheers us back up, and we basically store in the information that we get from Dainsleif before we depart for Inazuma. Basically, what also Paimon tells us is like, we need to finish our travel around Tevat to discover the truth. That's what the sibling told us. So we should keep going and keep pushing, even though it hurts finding out that it seems like we are supporting these people, which, to be fair, the entire time, we've never, like, we're like, hey, well, I guess we're pushed to choose to help, but like, it's not wrong choosing to help. Hi, Dapshi. But yes, this is that was the first travel quest for Stain Quest. We still have the last act, and then we're gonna first act interlude. And then I'm gonna finish yapping for a while. How are you doing, Dapshi? How was your day? How's your night going? Been yapping so much. We're gonna finish. This is the last act. This is the interlude act. It is the last act of Liyue. Kinda. Yeah, almost completely. Before our next interlude chapter, basically. I'll go now. Have a good night, Tav. Thank you for sticking by. Bye-bye. We have a very good cutscene coming up next for this specific one. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go so fast. It was after Inazuma, right? Technically, but if you look at the storyline wise, you can actually do it right after. So you can do it either do it right after Inazuma, but also looking at the thing, you can do it also right after this quest. So I think it makes more sense if I go through it now, rather than doing the entire Inazuma and then coming back to Liyue for the interlude. Makes no sense. Even though it makes sense because then after you go to this and then you go to the chasm, I guess, but it's too complicated. I get too lost, honestly. Been yapping for 3 hours about. I've been yapping about lore for 3 hours. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die soon. But I need to do this interlude, and then this came after Inazuma main quest, that's why. Yeah, it came out afterwards, but you can do it right before it. And I think logistically, Like you have it if you have it fresh in your mind, what happened for Rosario and everything with the Jade Chamber, it works. Hi, Jella, how are you? Now now humble yourself, please. Favorite? Take a seat. Take a seat, my child. I don't have favorites, but I do actually. I clearly do. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, you're the favorite person named Jella. Fair point. Hey, I thought you were saying it's your favorite, comma, Jella. Okay, yay, hey. Let's calm down. Hey, we don't need to get angry at me. No need to get angry at me. By the process of elimination. Fair point. Okay, I need to finish focusing. I'm your favorite. Fair point. Need to finish focus. I'm gonna power through this interlude chapter, but I need to finish focusing on the lore part because then I can yap a bit more because I am exhausted. But the first interlude chapter that we get in game between regions, yes, it does come out after Inazuma, which is a region that I'm going to talk probably in one of the next lore stream about. It is regarding Liyue, so I thought it would make more sense for me to just talk about it now, work on it now, because you technically can just play it after you finish the main quest and this traveler quest, so it makes more sense for me to do it now. Because I just think it's going to be fresher in your memory, and then we're going to go quickly through a summary Liyue lore video. Because if I don't talk about this, I know they're going to mention what happens in this interlude, and I want to show you the cutscene. The best, one of my favorite early game cutscenes, honestly, ever. It's just pure aura, honestly. The interlude quest basically talks about, as you remember, for the people who were here, Ningguang sacrifices her giant ass jade chamber, and they're like, hey, so we're rebuilding the jade chamber months after the battle with Ozayo. She's like, hey, this is my plan. She promised, she's like, as I am the best fucking money person, kind of economist, I guess, in the entire nation. I'm the richest bitch to ever exist. If you help me deliver the rarest 3 first materials, which is Sunset Vermilion, Wonder Cores, and an Adeptile Sigil, I will just answer any question the first 3 people have that will deliver this. So we're like, you know what? I'm gonna participate because I'm a curious bitch. I just want to ask her things. So we're basically stopped 2 con artists, which are scamming just a random woman. And then we discover she's Shenhe. She reveals herself as an exorcist, and Hopper offers to help us. So she is kind of awkward. She is very, very fucking awkward, but she's super fucking strong and powerful. I got confirmed that I have tendonitis. Nice. I don't have full tendonitis right now. I just have inflammation. But for now, I don't have it. I just have my arm taped up because, yeah, I also went to the physio yesterday. Not yet full tendonitis, but I do have the inflammation, so I have to do a bit of physical therapy 3 times a week now. But I have to do it by myself, so I'm chill. Again, this is the first time we meet Shenhe. Shenhe, one of the best fucking characters in the game. I love her. Got the whole shebang. Yeah. This is why when you start having pain, you lower the weight, and then you go and get checked out right away, which is what I did. Not that much. I waited 2 months. And so if I might need a block. My physical therapist was like, yeah, don't completely stop everything, but slow it the fuck down and do the physical therapy. But don't completely stop it. Because the moment you completely stop it, when you go back to it, it's going to get worse, which is right. She's right about, because the last time Might need a block. Oh, the treatment. A block. Ooh, damn. That's a lot. Okay. Again. Let me just 1 second. I'm blinded by everything here for a moment. Oh my god. Okay. One second. Okay. Okay. So. Again, as said, we meet Shenna. She's kind of awkward. She's strong as shit. She basically was like, hey, so I'm getting scammed. Can I beat the fuck out of the people that I was getting scammed? And by that we realized, hey, so she's just a little bit overwhelming. So we're like, maybe let's not. Maybe let's not. So we basically go and go talk to Baiju to be able to find some of the one of the materials that were needed from Ningguang. So we find we grab the wound dressing that Ningguang has ordered. He mentions the fact that he's like, oh, Sunset Vermilionite is an extremely rare fucking item, and usually the Fame Commerce Guild are the people that have it. So maybe we should like think about that. So we go check on the let me open again. Sorry, let me open my notes basically. So we realized they were like, hey, let's go talk to Shincho about finding the Vermilionite. Shincho is like, oh, so there is an auction in an abandoned boat of Sea Gazer, which is one of the Adepti. And it says that there is Vermilionite there. So we go with Shenhai, we explore the domain, we defeat some of the defenses, and we find that there is a giant ass fucking boulder. And of course, Shenhai is like, oh, let me pick up this boulder that is twice my height. It's just fucking massive. I need to find now the clip. Oh my god, I just remembered. Oh my god, I just remembered something so important, chat, that you can't even imagine. It is so important. It is the best thing that has ever happened. Sunset Vermilion Genshin Impact. Voice. Line. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No, I can't find it. So basically, out of this comes one of the worst voice lines. One of the worst fucking voice lines in the entire game. Why the fuck did I not think about it? Worst voice line. Genshin Impact, let me find it. I can't believe my eyes. Where is it? Oh my god, this is awful. So apparently no one has that clip anymore. This is so sad. This is so sad. I'm sorry. Why do I not know where this is going? The dude that just looks at the rocket is like, I can't believe my eyes. But in the most monotone voice. Fuck! You can't tell me that you don't know what I'm talking about. I can't believe my eyes. It's here.
Oh my my god, I can't believe my eyes.
This is the best fucking voice line. 1 second.
Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes.
That's how he reacted to the giant ass boulder that just picked up and brought. Also, yeah, you could see the size of it.
Can't believe my eyes. Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes.
This gives me so much serotonin now that I've been able to share it with you. For the people who didn't know. This is just the voice line when we bring back the giant ass piece of Sunset Vermilionite. It is beautiful. It is wonderful. I fucking love it. So we basically encounter, while we're we're basically spending our time with Shenhe. One evening, Cloud Retainer comes to us, the Adeptus comes back to us, and has a moment where like, hey, so, you know, 1 second, I'm trying to find whatever, trying to find that specific part of the story, so I want to have it open with me. Oh my god, why can I not find that section? Yeah, when Shenhe delivers it, also she specified that it's for us, for the Traveler and Paimon. And even though we thought that it was gonna be, you know, Shenhe taking the, like Paimon asked Shenhe, is like, why didn't you say it was you? And she's like, I don't really like, I don't really give a shit when people compliment me. I don't like the fact that people worship me when it's not something that I'm not. I'm not an Adeptus, but I have a shit ton of strength. People believe I am. So we go to the hotel again. That was prepared. We set out after we let Shenhe stay in get her time, go to sleep. We spot Cloud Retainer. We go talk to Cloud Retainer, and she's like, what the fuck? Because we're convinced that Shenhe is an Adeptus still. This entire time, forgot about that. Forgot to mention that we're convinced that Shenhe is an Adeptus because she's strong as shit, and she just appeared out of nowhere. And she doesn't seem to be very good with people, with something that most of the Adeptus have in common. They're extremely fucking awkward and weird. Because they're like fucking creatures that live on their own, and they're basically just doing the wills of their god. So it's not really She basically reveals, no, she's human. She proceeds to then explain that she's like, oh, so I am her master and caretaker because she was abandoned. We just fucking take good care of her, basically. And then try to just like look from far away, because Shenhe has always been with Adeptus, so she doesn't really know how to interact with normal people, how to blend with the humans, with the rest of the Liyue population. So they sense she's like giving this premonition. There's like, there's some form of calamity coming soon that as Adeptus we feel. So maybe let's be like, hey, so let's try, and if we see that the humans, that the Qinshi is not strong enough, we might take back the power, even though we've left it to the humans for now. In the morning, we meet up again. She says, I know that the master has already told me about the situation. She apologizes for not explaining sooner that, like, hey, dudes, I'm not an Adeptus, so sorry. She just was like, hey, she did not see what was going on. And she was like, so when she went out, she saw that the that Cloud Retainer was talking to us, and they're like, maybe let me go check how the progress is going. We basically go to check on the Jade Chamber build status. They realize that it's like, oh, so it's fully built. just like that. They finish giving us basically some guidance for pieces that we're missing. So we're missing splitter iron and then some brosium. Complicated ass word. In order to be able to make the wonder core that lets it lift up. So after we get this introduction. We meet up with Beidou. She's like, oh, this is Yunjin. She just joined the contest now. She's gonna basically present an opera that is called The Divine Damsel of Devastation, which we're gonna look at. And if you fucking insult the Chinese opera, just read the fucking lyrics. I don't give a shit. Just read the text. It is beautiful. I love it. I actually did cry. So, forgot what I was saying again. So we recall. So we talked to. I don't fucking remember. Master Zhang, I think. When. Let me try. Yeah. And he tells us, oh, one of the materials that we're missing is in Oman Tianhang, and then the Symposium. I don't fucking know. Just ask the people in the area, which I love when they do that, you know. Love that for us. We get the iron. We talk to Yunjin, and we're like, hey, who do I ask? Where do I go? We just go to the village, basically. We just keep asking around, and then that's basically it. We're like, I don't fucking know. We're able at a certain point to be able to find it. Shanha reveals that she is so Yunjin basically is writing this opera based on a diary that the father left. She finds out that like, oh yeah, so the damsel is actually me. Please change the story. And Yunjin, of course, is like, hey, I'm sorry. And she basically ends up though liking the story more at a certain point, the rewriting that it's given compared to her story. But we're gonna see it at the end as a cutscene. To get the Symposium, we go back to Liyue Harbor. We find the Symposium with Xiao because the emo boy is everywhere. I don't know. And he says that he's preparing because he sees danger at sea, and he knows that he cannot get involved, but he feels it. So the Adepti keep telling her, hey, something is happening while we're rebuilding this thing. Foreshadowing, of course. After the water core is crafted, we have the Adeptal Sigil. We give basically all of the items back. Sorry. And we give all the items back. So the travelers, Shanha and Yunjin, are named the winners in this case. And at the Jink chamber, Ningguang rewards Yunjin by allowing her to perform. And she answers questions to answer questions from the group. She's like, hey, I don't got anything more for you about your sibling. And then Shanha answers if she can stabilize herself in Liyue Harbor. And Ningguang is like, yeah, we'll help you. Come in. Of course, we get the explanation of the we get the performance from the opera. So I think it would only be fair if you guys see the opera. That's only fair. Meep. This is the full cutscene, so let me give you the full cutscene. Again, it is Chinese opera. It's an acquired taste for some Western people, so just focus on the story. It is so good. I did cry multiple times. Lovely, beautiful, wonderful Shanha as well as here.
幻到这里本该接近尾声，但今日我再添一笔，倡议诸位听命，知道为敌人不是，自有知音和情思，红缨烈烈见流星，只知不操心。爱情彼时鹤归，茫茫天地无依靠，孤身离去。今日再会，新朋旧友坐满堂，共聚此时。
Fucking instrumental is so good for this song. But again, the intro doesn't end here. We wish it was. But as the Jade Chamber is fully rebuilt and starts descending into the sky, a storm hits again. And Ningguang looks at us and is like, yeah, Beatus told us that there was something coming from, there was like a threat coming from the sea. She knew about it, you know, my wife told me about it. So yeah, I rebuilt the Jade Chamber for that, basically. And basically Besht is coming. Who the fuck is Besht? Well, that's Osial's wife. And with that, there is another lovely battle having to begin. And I'll be honest, with this, I'll just leave you the cutscene because I fucking love this cutscene. I love this cutscene so much. It is so good that I just you just have to see it. Like, I can't. I just, like, there's nothing else I can do to sort of show it to you, honestly. Meep. And I gotta reload it. God damn it. Love my interconnection just is like, nah. Come on. Is it this one? No, it's the previous one. Sorry, I forgot. It's this one. Forgot. It's this one.
The Avenger of the Vortex, Beisht.
Who is that?
Osial's wife. Final follower of the Overlord of the Vortex.
Sounds like you knew this was coming!
Beidou sensed something was stirring in the deep. She warned me months ago. Knowing she harbors hatred toward the Jade Chamber, I chose to rebuild it now as a way of drawing her out.
Got it! Well, let's go fetch the Adepti!
No.
Huh?
In this human age, the people of Liyue must find a way to overcome this crisis on our strength alone!
She's way too cool, honestly. She's just getting bullied basically at this point.
All hands! Tsunami incoming!
What's that? Wait! A giant wave!
Such a good cutscene. You know what? We deserve it. At least for once, we're not being the OP MC that we always are. It's her time.
You are a cursed child. Your life brings nothing but disaster to us all. At least if you die, I can bring her back.
The day you learn how to use your strength for the good of others is the day that you can truly become part of human society.
Goddamn. I pressed 2 wrong buttons, not just one. 2 of them. 2 of them. That's you know it's late for me when I start just pressing too many wrong buttons. And that's how Beish is defeated. Of course, the Adepti are like, so you can figure it out. Cloudinator is like, you know what? Good job, Ningguang. Good leadership, good job. I'm just like, good job to my Shenhe. Great growth, you can do that. The Victory Banquet is held. Yuji, of course, performs the opera that you've seen before. I wanted to show it beforehand. And then, you know, Shenhe is like, okay, I'll start working on it, you know? She starts, of course, now it's like the time that she starts living in Liyue after having lived basically with the Adepti in the middle of the fucking wilderness, eating flowers this entire time. And she reunites with Ganyu because Ganyu is also a disciple of Cloud Retainer. If you forgot what I said before, but yeah. Today, now this ends the never fucking ending, long ass me yapping session. We're just gonna take a little recap from a lovely Mainslif for Liyue before we go to a quick video regarding more like background base knowledge for Liyue that I could not go through because I do not have enough energy to go through that all together because it's way too long for me to do it on my own, like by myself, just yapping. If it's pre-recorded, maybe. But let's just give us some time.
Every year, the Geo Archon descends during the Rite of Descension, a ceremony where the Geo Archon himself descends in his dragon form to give his predictions on the business trends that will shape the UA's economy for the year. So surely, if we catch a Geo Archon, he'll have some information on our sibling, right? Liyue is considered the most prosperous nation in all of Teyvat, and it's also where Mora, the global currency, is minted via the power of the Geonosis. The nation is under the rule of Rex Lapis, the Geo Archon and God of Contracts, and the governing bodies include the Adepti and the Qixing. The Adepti are illuminated beasts and gods elected by Rex Lapis, while the Qixing is a committee made up of 7 business leaders who implement the policies laid out by Rex Lapis. The Adepti and the Qixing disagree with the way Liyue's affairs are being handled. Adepti believe humans are too weak to fend for themselves, and the Qixing believe humans are actually self-sufficient without the Adepti. Ningguang is the member of the Qixing selected to perform this year's Rite of Ascension. She's the owner of the luxurious jade chamber you see floating in the sky. Unfortunately this year, Rex Lapis ascends dead, and due to being a foreigner, Traveler is suspected of his murder. Traveler is saved by Child, a Fatui harbinger. Ningguang has suspicions that the Fatui are in Liyue to cause mass hysteria. With Rex Lapis dead, a government restructure is definitely needed. So the Fatui are here to cast doubt amongst the citizens, cause panic, and while everyone's distracted, snatch the Geonosis from Rex Lapis's heavily guarded body. Zhongli is a consultant of the Wangsheng funeral parlor and is tasked with giving Rex Lapis a proper burial.
The fact that I needed like an hour to talk through this while she just like in fucking 10 minutes.
Traveler assists Zhongli and procures special items for the funeral ceremony known as the Rite of Parting. As Ningguang predicted, the Fatui cause mass panic, so Traveler confronts Child at the Golden House where apparently Rex Lapis's body is being stored. Child reaches into Rex Lapis's body to grab the Gnosis, only for it to be, dun, empty. A battle ensues. In an attempt to force the Geo Archon to show himself and surrender the Geonosis, Child summons the sea god Osile, an ancient god that had tormented Liyue in the past. At this point, the Qixing and the Adepti put their political differences aside and protect Liyue from imminent danger. Ningguang drops the Jade Chamber on Osile, sealing him once and for all. Traveler seeks out Zhongli and is surprised to find him with La Senora and Child. Apparently, Zhongli is actually the Geo Archon Rex Lapis. He faked his own death and has been living amongst the humans as a consultant of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. All this was done as part of a contract with the Fatui and also to test the people of Liyue to see if they can survive without an Archon's rule. Just imagine while Liyue is falling apart, Zhongli's just picking flowers for his own funeral. As per the contract, Zhongli willingly surrenders his Gnosis to the Fatui. Here's the state of Liyue after its Archon quests. Mora, the global currency of Tevat, was being minted by the Geonosis. Now that Zhongli has surrendered the Gnosis to the Fatui, no new Mora is currently being minted. Zhongli admits that he didn't have an alternative plan for his resignation as an Archon and calls this a major issue from a financial standpoint. He literally just went, oops, and then just went into retirement. The Qixing now operates solely as the decision makers behind the US policies and regulations, with the Adepti stepping back to let humans do their own thing. Ningguang later rebuilds the Jade Chamber during the interlude chapter, The Crane Returns on the Wind. The Fatui have 2 out of 7 Gnosis. Surely though, since we've helped 2 nations with their problems and Zhongli seems to be old and wise, he must know a thing or two about our missing alien sibling, right? Well, he doesn't, and Zhongli tells Traveler and Paimon to head over to Inazuma since news of his death will cause the Electro Archon to move on forward with her plans. Now,
the way this woman in like 3 minutes summarized what I talked about for an hour. I am a very we know that I yap, okay? I like the flavor of yapping. We do now have the quick guide for Liyue as well, which I will leave.
Welcome back, one and all, to another episode of The Beginner's Guide to Genshin Lore. And today
what I do most of the time, which is just talking Liyue. A lot.
Liyue has the most cryptic, fragmented, and confusing history of any region released to date. And yes, I am including Enkanomiya in that. Now, in order to keep this video as accurate as possible, I've had to cut a lot of stuff, and the parts that were left I've put together based on my best educated guess. Also, there will be instances where this video will not agree with the order of events.
You literally you were watching a streamer that just is pure yapping, which is you're just talking, a lot of talking, but it's like talking like purposeful and also non-purposeful talking. Sometimes it's yapping. It's usually non-purposeful talking that is yapping more than anything, but it's like getting lost into conversation.
Presented on the Genshin Impact Wiki's timeline. That's okay. I am aware of these differences and they are intentional to a degree. The wiki tries to stay as far away from speculations as possible, which is fantastic, but my goal with this video series is to create a cohesive narrative that's easy to remember, which means that sometimes my guesses are based on what would make logical sense for the characters and motivations and stuff instead of an authoritative source. Although this only applies when there is no authoritative source, because if there is one, then I will defer to that, obviously. Anyway, now...
Also, yes, as a like, there's so much background knowledge in Liyue that I just, if you realize, I didn't talk about at all. I tried giving some of it with Mondstat, I didn't with Liyue, because it is so confusing, and as she's stating, it's hard to like get information that is precise, because there is some stuff that is just pure you just have to speculate because you don't actually have a full response for things. Like, you don't have a secure response for
You've
things.
probably already grasped this, but because this video is meant to be a gentle introduction into Liyue's lore, it is not at all comprehensive. It is only the important stuff, or the stuff that I feel like people want to know a little bit more about. And we will also not be covering the chasm at all here, except for like its initial creation, just for, you know, time referencing. The chasm
Good, because
will get
I
its
haven't
own
touched the
video,
chasm.
and likely that will include the entire Liyue region as well, because we're kind of gonna ignore that area.
No, we're ignoring Liyue.
Okay, excessively long disclaimer aside, my name is Ashikai, and this is a beginner's guide to Liyue. Our story begins over 6,000 years ago, when a god by the name of Morax was born. He was a half-dragon, half-Chelan illuminated beast known today as an Adepti. Now, the Adepti played a huge role in Liyue's culture and history, so it's important to understand who and what they were. Essentially, an Adepti is a label used to describe an animal or creature that has reached enlightenment. Through that enlightenment, they attain great wisdom, control over the elements, and even the ability to shift into a human form, though most prefer not to. Among the adeptal ranks are particularly ferocious illuminated beasts that wear monstrous masks known as the Yaksha. We will talk more about them later. Now, Morax himself was considered the prime of the Adepti, so he was basically like some kind of leader, although his exact role isn't clear. Now, there is a gap of time between Morax's birth and the point at which he was assigned to Liyue, a 2,000-year gap at most, not at least, at most. At some point during that gap, a meteor fell from the sky and formed the chasm, a topic that will be covered in another video, but I wanted to mention it here just for context. Morax was likely assigned to the southernmost region of Liyue, as his first recorded action was to raise Mount Tianheng. The mountain became his abode, and humans began to congregate around it due to its plethora of natural resources and ore. Now here's the first assumption. These people who congregated at the mountain essentially founded Old Liyue Harbor, or at least a significant settlement in the nearby.
The dog is back. Just ignore him, okay? He's just barking at the garage.
While they could have settled west of Mount Tianheng, it's unlikely because the second recorded act of Morax was when he quelled the seas. See, his people were noted to suffer greatly at the hands of monsters that dwelled in the seas, so Morax created a giant whale out of rock to keep the monsters at bay. But there was one behemoth monster that completely eluded him. This monster was known as Bachao, and it took the creation of a giant stone bird to subdue this mighty water dragon. I don't know why the bird was more effective than a whale when they're both made of rocks and just throwing rocks at the water, but okay, whatever works, I guess. You do you, Morax. Anyway, the point here...
Thank you for the follow, Icarus. Welcome in.
Here is that the early settlements of Morax were likely in the same or very similar location of Liyue Harbor, because if they were much farther inland, there would be no practical need for the people to actively challenge the seas. That only makes sense for a coastal settlement. End of my assumption. So all that was cool and life was great for a while. Big cool mountain full of resources, a calm ocean full of more resources and lots of yummy fishy food, and a really chilled dragon god. Life in Old Liyue Harbor seemed pretty good. And then came Guizhang. Now Guizhang, if you don't know, was the goddess of dust. She wasn't very strong, and in fact she's noted as being rather weak. But she was exceptionally brilliant, compassionate, and a very talented engineer with a love of machinery. She notably studied ancient war machines in her private domain in the Luhua Pool. Beyond that, we know next to nothing about her, including where she came from. However, well over 3,700 years ago, she met Morax in a field of glaze lilies, likely in Dihua Marsh, and she offered him an alliance of sorts. With her brains and his brawn, they could expand their territory and share the burden of rulership. Morax, being a bit of a brawny meathead, thought this was a pretty sweet deal, so he accepted. Guizhong then gave him a stone dumbbell called the Memory of Dust, which contained, you guessed it, the memories of the Goddess of Dust. This token was meant to symbolize their promise of dual rulership. They called their alliance the Guili Assembly, and it was made up not of just Guizhong and Morax, but of several other adepti like Marcosius, who we now know today as Guoba. Morax's city of Old Liyue Harbor was able to expand northward into central Liyue in an area renamed the Guili Plains. Side note, the name Guili was actually a mashup of the two gods' names, Gui being the first character of Guizhong's name, and Li being the last character of whatever the name Morax was going by at the time, which was probably Zhongli, because why would it be anything else? So, ancient god ship names. That's a real thing. Name your government system after your favorite ship, I guess. Anyway, the Guili Assembly became incredibly prosperous, with mining operations at Mount Tianheng, as well as the agricultural industry that took over the Dihua Plains. No, plains, not marsh. Such a large territory can be a bit tricky to protect, so with the help of the Adepti Cloud Retainer, Guizhong created the giant ballista and stationed it in the mountain pass at Mount Tianheng, and aimed it at the Liyue province for reasons that no one can seem to explain, and I can't figure out. But yeah, the Guili Assembly overall was pretty peaceful. Not that that lasted. Around 3,700 years ago, the peace was eventually broken through an act of war. Guizhong, Morax, and the Adepti all fought to protect the Guili Plains, but their efforts were in vain. While the outcome of the battle is currently unknown, we do know that the battle ended with a massive flood that brought such severe landslides to the area that the Dihua Plains became the Dihua Marsh. This battle likely marked the beginning of the Archon War in Liyue, and Guizhong was among the first of its casualties. The settlement at the Guili Plains was completely destroyed, so Morax took what was left of his people back south to Old Liyue Harbor, traveling through a storm that lasted for weeks. And still grieving over the loss of Guizhong, Morax was forced to make some very difficult decisions. His people had lost their homes and they were suffering. They prayed to him for help every single day. It's worth pointing out here that Morax at this time was not the wise old grandpa that we know now. He was a bit of a meathead, a bit of a brawny meathead, fists first, words later, right? So it's very sensible to assume that he relied on Guizhong for a lot of the more, thought-heavy aspects of rulership. It's very reasonable to assume that during their joint rulership, Guizhong was probably the one making the most difficult decisions. And without her guidance, he was probably pretty lost. Not to mention the fact that by dying, she broke her promise of joint rulership with him. And that broken promise, the loss of her presence, caused something to break inside of him too. In a fit of frustration, he carved a sword from core lapis and used it to slice a corner clean off of Mount Tianheng, and thereby made a solemn vow. Those who were scattered, he would gather. Those who broke their contract, he would punish. And those who experienced loss would receive justice. Morax gained a new resolve through the death of his dearest friend. He would uphold her dream of unifying their people, and he would enact their justice. And he would ensure that promises would always be kept. And that is how he became known as the god of contracts. For what is a contract but a promise enforced by law? New convictions in hand, the first thing...
Goddamn. She put as the background the theme song for Zhongli. This is so good. I love this
Morax
song.
did was to properly re-establish the settlement at the foot of Mount Tianheng. He re-taught his people how to make homes, he built the Golden House, created Mora as a new standard currency, and oversaw the establishment of the new governing bodies known as the Qixing and the Millelith. and thus the true city of Liyue Harbor was officially founded. And once his people were properly taken care of, Morax decided to wage war against the other gods of Liyue. In his mind, it was the best way to unify Liyue and keep the peace. But you gotta wonder if there were any ideas of revenge kind of factored into that decision. Either way, this marked Morax's official entry into the Archon War and the start of many, many battles. But some of the other gods in the area were not so keen to, join the fighting. Havria, the goddess of salt, was one of those gods. Morax left Havria alone for the most part, but he was one of the only gods to do so. Being a particularly weak god like Guizhong, Havria did not have the means to fight off her aggressors. She tried to resolve border disputes peacefully, but she ended up in a constant state of retreat. Finally, though, she holed up in an area known as Sal Teray and offered refuge to anyone who was displaced by the war. She presumably managed to hold her position for several centuries, but her people had already begun to realize that she couldn't hold out forever. Some of her followers thought it was best to grant her the mercy of a swift end rather than continue to subject her to the horrors of war, so they killed their god. Her death, however, resulted in a massive explosion of energy that transformed everyone in the general vicinity into salt, and those who managed to flee found their way to Liyue Harbor and sought refuge with the followers of Morax. So that should bring us to Morax's first real notable battle during the Archon War, around 2,600 years ago. For those of you who watched the last video, that should be around the time when Barbados was freeing Old Mondstat. Now, this encounter took place between Morax and an evil god that had somehow managed to enslave a young Yaksha named Alatus. This god had somehow managed to take hold of Alatus's weakness, and he forced Alatus to do its evil bidding. Alatus was forced to commit countless atrocities and even ended up eating the dreams of many of his victims, completely against his will. But like many other gods would in the future, this god found themselves facing off against Morax on the battlefield, and despite their control over Alatus and possibly several other powerful Yaksha, Morax defeated them, and in doing so, freed the young Yaksha from his oppressor. Alatus was so grateful to be free that he pledged his service to Morax as a sign of gratitude, for he owed Morax his life.
And the child?
Morax accepted Alatus into his company and granted him the new name Shao, a name once given to a spirit that suffered much, just like Alatus had. So Shao and his fellow Yaksha joined Morax in his war efforts. They were among the many to do so, just like the young half-Qilin, half-human Ganyu. But antagonistic gods are one thing. Plagues and disasters, on the other hand, well, they're not nearly as easy to deal with, and Liyue happened to be full of both. In an effort to stop all these disasters and plagues from spreading and getting even worse, Marcosius decided to sacrifice himself by pouring all of his godly energy back into the land. This actually worked, although it left him without any of his memories and obviously any of his powers. So he decided to do what all gods do when they're completely out of juice. He took a millennia-long nap. And, several thousand years later, he would wake up still without his memories and most of his wits, and he would end up following a girl that gave him food known as Shangling, and she would then give him a new name, Guoba. Yeah, Guoba's a god. Life's strange that way. Anyway, one ally down and the land very slowly recovering, Morax managed to track down a horrible sea monster by the name of Chinksa. Yes, that's the same Chinksa as is Chinksa village, because that's where it made its nest, and I don't know why you would want to name your village after a giant sea monster, but whatever, we'll go with it. In any case, Chinksa was incredibly powerful, and I mean so powerful that even after Morax managed to defeat it, its power still lingered like a big, toxic mass of awfulness that totally poisoned the entire region To prevent this from spreading, Morax and his companions split the monster's body into 5 parts and then sealed each one in a different location all around Liyue. The seals not only suppressed the toxic effects of its horrible powers, but it also ensured that the sea monster could never be resurrected. Today, Chinxa is known by the name of Che. There's a whole quest about it called Che of Yore.
Oh my god, I forgot this
We're
quest.
gonna ignore
Oh,
all
damn.
of the non-notable battles now, and just mention that several hundred years after this incident, most likely, Morax discovered Ajdaha, a blind bishop buried in the mountains of Nantianmen. Morax grants him the gift of sight and forms a contract with him. Ajdaha agrees not to harm humanity, and in exchange, he gets to live alongside Morax and the Adepti peacefully.
Not farming him,
kinda.
let's be honest.
Ajdaha also joins Morax in battle, so he's mostly living in peace, but also kind of like biting intruders like a big, scaly guard dog. He's gotta protect his folks, you know? By this point, Morax has a ridiculous squad of friends and immortal allies backing him up. And just in time, too, because a few hundred years after this, another big sea dragon rears its ugly head. Heads? Heads. He has 5 heads. And a wife. A big, 3-headed sea dragon wife. He's living the Ocean King dream. Anyway, this 5-headed liquid monstrosity is known as Osile, and Osile and Morax decide to duke it out in the Sea of Clouds, with Morax finally seizing victory and pinning Osile to the ocean floor with his big stone spears. And by doing this, Morax apparently created Guyun Stone Forest.
Yep.
Okay, but created is probably a bit of a strong word. Guyun Stone Forest's island had to have existed prior to this battle because it's covered in really old buildings that are then covered by Morax's stone spear things, so I guess he created some islands, but not all of them, and then he made the rest
strange. I never realized that, honestly.
Bigger. Yeah. Anyway, Osile's underneath there. Remember that next time you go to farm or whatever. Osile is the final noteworthy god that Morax fought, and with him gone, Morax was finally able to claim his seat in Celestia and seize the title of the Geo Archon. But his challenges don't end there. I mean, come on, they're never ending. The challenges never stop. The lingering resentment and powers of all of Morax's defeated foes had leached into the land, causing more pain and suffering. So like demon possessions, plagues, disasters, you name it, it's happening, but it's all about the resentment of the gods that Morax had beat up. So, what do you do about a whole bunch of old godly grudges? Well, if your name is Morax, you assemble 5 of the strongest Yaksha. Alatus, Bosacius, Indarius, Bonanus, and Menogius. Their job was to fight the lingering resentment and purge the land of all evil. So that's what they did. But one by one, each Yaksha succumbed to the effects of the fallen god's power. Some of the Yaksha lost their sanity, some turned against each other, and some just disappeared entirely, until only Alatus, or Xiao, remained. But Xiao wasn't immune to the corruption either. He resisted as long as he could, but even he finally succumbed to it, and he was only saved by the sound of Barbados playing a flute in Dihua Marsh. It calmed Xiao's mind and allowed him to regain his sense of self.
And if you go there in the evening, you do hear the actual flute in game. Which is kind of nice. I know some people don't know that.
Why Barbados was in Dihua Marsh playing a flute, I have no idea. But there he is. Thank you very much for saving the final Yaksha. Even the tone-deaf bard does some good things sometimes. And you know, I can't tell if Xiao is just stubborn or a sucker for punishment, because he still continued to carry out his duty of purifying Liyue even after this near-death encounter. Now, the rest of the non-Yaksha Adepti decided that when all the fighting was done, that there was no more need of them, so they left Liyue Harbor and Mount Tianheng in favor of Juyun Karst, since their combat prowess was no longer needed. Ajdaha, however, stuck around. But he also kinda suffered some similar effects that, you know, like Xiao went through.
Although it wasn't the corruption of the resentment of former gods, it was technically just his mental faculties deteriorating due to erosion, which is an unstoppable force of time. Morax tried to use his powers to help stabilize Azhdaha, but it wasn't that effective. In order to not be a danger to anyone, including himself, Azhdaha decided to isolate himself inside the chasm, allowing the power of the ley lines there to sustain him. But even that was a bit short-lived. The local mining operations in the chasm disturbed the flow of the ley lines, and that caused Azhdaha's condition to get even worse. He went berserk. He attacked the facilities in the chasm, destroying the village of Tianqiu in the process. Morax, Mountain Shaper, and Moon Carver were reluctant to fight against an old friend, but they couldn't ignore the danger that he brought to the people and to himself. So they decided to seal him in a domain beneath the tree in Nantianmen instead. 500 years pass, and a new cataclysm is beset upon Liyue. Not a dragon this time, but instead countless abyssal monsters rushing forth from the depths of the chasm, and
20 minutes in, we're finally at the cataclysm. Damn, forgot.
Well, as much as I'd like to talk about this incident with the same level of detail as I did with Mondstat, the truth is, there's not much information available to talk about. All we know are a couple of really vague facts. First, the ruins at Dunyu, having been repurposed into a bustling mining city after the Archon War, suffered an unknown disaster. No one will talk about what happened, but the city was abandoned and the survivors fled to Liyue Harbor. Other than that, the only thing we know is that Morax was sworn to secrecy about the events at the Cataclysm, and he even signed a contract about it. With whom is still kind of a mystery, although most people are assuming it's Celestia. That seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, makes sense.
Even the events between the end of the Cataclysm and the start of the game are a bit muddy. There are a few events documented, but nothing truly impactful, so I think I'll just leave this here for now. So as you can see, Liyue's history is much longer and a lot less clear-cut compared to some other regions. But I hope I was able to compile the most notable events into something that makes sense. I hope. I get the feeling that, Chasm notwithstanding, Liyue is going to see a few expansions over the years, and maybe they'll be able to bring us some more clarity. Or maybe they can just give me more books. I would love some more books. Can I just have some more books? That would be fantastic. But until then, I really can only speculate. And I will be doing a little speculation in a short follow-up video that I will link in the description to this one. The follow-up video will mostly just be a...
So, we've gone through. Yeah, I could have not talked about the content that she talked about because I completely forgot half of the times. There's a little amendment. I failed to mention in this video, but the founders of Wangshan Funeral Parlor were also responsible for helping cleanse the lands of the plague, alongside the Yaksha. I should have at least name dropped them there, but I didn't because whether Wangshan Funeral Parlor comes up, I got a very long theoretical tangent. We'll talk about Wangshan Funeral Parlor in another video. Same with the Exorcism of Liyue. And also there is a little correction regarding pointed out that there's a translation regards Asaha's discovery. I placed him around 2,600 years ago, but some said that in Chinese he should have been found closer to 3,700 years ago. Yeah, I think, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense because he has been with Morax for a very long time. But I'll be honest, it's so much content that who remembers all of this? But yeah, this was a bit of a recap. I remember, you do, good job. I don't. This was so much. I forgot about the amount of gods. I remember the god of salt. Like, I remember the quest of the god of salt. I remember how it ended. I didn't remember anything else in between. I forgot about the what is the god of ash? I forgot about her completely. Even though I do remember that, yes, Morax very depressed about it, but I also remember the Cloud Retainer, that they said the Cloud Retainer cried just as long as the Morax because she was working together, said it was law. I actually remember a decent amount, VH. That's good. I think it's because whenever, like, when it comes to voiced quests, I try to absorb them. And I think later on in the game as well, when I came back to Liyue after playing for a longer time, whenever I was playing, it was a lot correlated with me needing to farm or like do it to unlock another quest and stuff like that. So it wasn't paying nearly as much attention, which is sad, but unfortunately it's true. That I am a bit lazy and I didn't fully, completely, you know, watch the whole thing, unfortunately. I don't read the whole thing, which is, unfortunate but true. And say to me that I only have one account and I play through the content in early 2021. Yeah, it's surprising that you do remember then, honestly. Because I do not remember as much. Like, not nearly as much. I have the memory of a goldfish when it comes to these kind of things. Oof. I tend to have an insane memory. That's good. Like, I remember a fair amount, but there's still a lot that I just don't. I just cannot remember when it comes to lore. I think when I was going through the lore yesterday, a lot of things just I remembered because I looked at them, I saw like a little bit, and I was like, oh, this is back into my memory already. But then a lot of things I realized, I'm like, oh, have I ever actually looked at this before? Who knows? Like, have I played this game before? Who knows? I don't remember anything about it. Like, I think it comes to Inazuma is the one that I remember the least of because I really, really like Liyue. Like, it's one of my favorite areas. It's just very pretty. I really like. Yeah, Inazuma is also in real time, and it felt so slow to me. It felt like 3 damn stories. It was very slow. I think Inazuma, I'm gonna have to try to run through it next time. Because it tends to be super slow otherwise. And I didn't play it in real time, but I remember I got stuck at a certain point because my characters were not strong enough to do it. I think it was the Delusion Factory. And I remember I was so stuck. It was so painful. But other than that, it bugs me a lot of gabbering. Yeah. There's a lot like going on, honestly. But we'll see. Okay. We'll see how we do it. But again, if anyone has any ideas, any videos, any recommendation regarding lore stuff, if you join the Discord, I'll add you. I manually add people in. So if I'm streaming, I'm gonna do that later. If you don't have the same username here and on Discord, you send me a message if I'm streaming. You send a message in chat if I'm streaming or something like that. I'll make sure to get to you, basically. But yeah, again, I'll say a good night to the YouTube stream. Thank you everyone who joined. I appreciate you. I'm sorry for the person has written in chat, but as I have in the title on YouTube, I do not read chat on YouTube. I cannot get there. I'm sorry. If the person is still there, hey, I'm sorry. There's a reason why I have chat over on Twitch as the title because I can't reach out over there. Is it the end of the live show? Yeah, it's the end of the stream. I've been here for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I deserve to go to sleep. But SeaWorld Orca, you know what? I love orcas, and I know. Hey, I remember watching an entire documentary about orcas at SeaWorld. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm sorry. I really need to go. I hope to see you on our next stream on Friday. We're gonna watch the live stream. My name is from Blackfish. Okay, bye, lady. I'll see you on Friday. We will watch the Genshin live stream on Friday, and then we'll play some Valorant with Carlos, Outlaw Psycho. Yes. Other than that, again, YouTube peeps, have a good night. As always, follow me over on Twitch, YouTube peeps. Otherwise, subscribe to my channel, okay, people? I'll stream more over there, okay? I'll stream more over there too, but I try to post my VODs as well there. And I'll make sure for sure that any lore recap is going to happen over there. So